Hello everyone, welcome to ZaranTech. In today's business world, managing payroll efficiently is crucial for organizations operating in the US and Canada. Today, we're diving into the intricacies of SAP HCM US and Canada payroll. SAP HCM, or Human Capital Management, is a comprehensive HR management system, and its payroll module specifically caters to the payroll processing needs of companies operating in the United States and Canada. Efficient payroll management is crucial for businesses. Payroll errors can cost an organization up to 8% of its total expenses. Understanding SAP HCM US and Canada payroll is essential for smooth operations and happy employees, saving time, money, and headaches. In this course, we'll cover everything from setting up SAP HCM payroll to processing payroll runs efficiently. We'll explore tax compliance, deductions, and reporting requirements unique to the US and Canada. Additionally, we'll delve into troubleshooting common issues and optimizing your payroll processes for maximum efficiency. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now, let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Introduction to ERP. 2. Intro to SAP HCM modules. 3. SAP Easy Access and IMG. 4. Master data and transaction data and configuration data. 5. Organization management. Introduction. Let's dive in.
So this every day I'll show you these 3 slides which will give you the information on the topics that we are going to cover in everyday session. So initially for 2 days it will be completely theoretical stuff. Okay. In the second session itself, we will be starting the first module from SAP HR. Okay. So ERP stands for Enterprise Resource Planning. So the SAP is one of the ERP technology. Okay. ERP technology, we can call it as a technology or ERP package, or some people call it as a product. Okay. This is also a software which is different from normal traditional softwares which are available in the industry. So let's understand the difference. So this ERP is an application, is a software that runs on a centralized database which have applications that can be used across all business functions of organizations. So that basically that ERP covers almost every, particularly SAP covers every business function like HR applications, finance applications, material management, sales applications. All these applications, predefined applications, or in simple words, ready-made applications. These are ready to be used applications are built on a common platform. Okay, on a common platform. So basically, an organization can use single software for a multiple business functions. Multiple business functions on an integrated platform. For example, if you look at the earlier days before the ERP came into the industry, we used to have a normal softwares. These softwares used to help us to automate certain activities, to make our job easy while handling the data and performing the data analysis, right? But there is a limitation there when you are exchanging the data from one system to the another system. For example, within HR department itself, there is a time and labor administration, there is a payroll administration. In time and labor administration, let's say early days we were using one technology, one software. For payroll, we were using another software. So if I have to process the payroll, I need a data from the time management on which the main gross salary is depending on, right? So the data exchange from one system to the another system is a manual process. Okay, it's like downloading the file from one system and attaching in a mail, send it to the payroll admin. Now the payroll admin download that file, convert that file in such a way that can be loaded into the payroll system, and then perform a payroll runs, and then download payroll information and send it to the accounting admin, because the payroll data has to be shared to the accounting at the end of the day. So these technologies are independent, so the data has to be exchanged manually. So that limitation is avoided mainly in ERP applications. It's like when you load any data, be it employee data or a cost center data or a material data, okay, or any other data. If you load the data once into the ERP system, it is available for every business application that is built over here. For every business application that is built. So the HR application can use some finance functionalities. The finance application can use HR data. Okay. So there is no manual exchange of the data. So that's where the customers are, these companies going for the ERP implementations. So to avoid this manual exchange of the data, of course, the softwares are, giving us automated solution. But when it comes to the exchange of the data from one function to another function, one department to another department, used to be a manual process. So the ERP is used particularly. So when the companies go for a ERP, so that is a main advantage that they get. Okay. So you do not have to exchange the data from one department to another department, one function to another function, because all business functions are on the common platform. So the HR applications are here, finance applications are here, and material management applications, sales applications, you name any business function, SAP has applications in it. Clear? So all these applications have been built on a programming language or a common platform, ABAP. So these applications are built on a programming language, ABAP. So these applications can interact with database. These applications can interact with any type of database. So basically, SAP applications are database independent applications. And the earlier days, we used SQL databases, we used Oracle databases. Now SAP has its own databases called Sybase, HANA. So basically, SAP can interact with any type of databases, okay, with a basic SQL statements. Okay, so SAP is a database independent software. Okay, so ERP as an integrated platform where you can execute multiple business functionalities of an organization. That is the first advantage. An integrated business applications can be executed on a platform. The second advantage is these ERPs, if you talk about SAP, it is first developed in 1970s. And since then, it's been continuously upgraded according to the dynamic changes of the business in the different industries. Okay, so there is a continuous development, there are continuous version upgrades, there are continuous enhancement package upgrades. So business is a dynamic, so is SAP. Clear? So SAP is continuously developed for the last 30, 40 years. So we have a continuous updated applications available according to the present need of the business. Okay, so the ERPs are a package of ready-made applications. For example, if you go to the Java or C or a .NET, you need to start from the coding level. You need to start from the scratch. The coding has to be, coding is the initial start. But in ERPs, it is not like that, because these are like a ready-made applications. Okay, our functional consultant job is to understand these applications, how they work, what output do they give, in which situation we use these applications. So the functional consultant main role is to understand the standard applications given by SAP. Okay, that is our main role. The developer role here this role, functional consultant, you see only in ERP industry. You don't see this in any other technologies. Okay, the role of a functional consultant is only in this ERP technologies. So because these are applications These applications are ready-made, I mean predefined. The moment you install SAP in the system, these applications, most of these applications are ready to be used. Okay, but we still need a developer. See, even if you are buying a ready-made jeans, you still need a developer for alterations, right? Okay, similarly here, the standard predefined application may not be entirely suitable to the client business rule or a requirement. So in such a case, we try all the ways to convince the client with the standard applications. If the client is not convinced, so the other alternative is what? We get a developer involved, and the developer is going to enhance the existing application or build a new custom application. So though it is a predefined package of a predefined applications, we can still enhance these business applications according to the need of the customer. So that is another advantage of ERP. So a package of ready-made applications, unlike the traditional softwares. The first one is the integration, okay, automatic integration. The second one, a package of ready-made applications which are continuously upgraded according to the present business needs and the present best practices followed by different companies in different industries. Yeah, that is the second advantage. Okay, and the third advantage is these applications are developed and upgraded so that the customer can make the best use of their key resources in the businesses. So these applications mainly focused on utilizing the main resources of any business. The key resources of any business is men, money, the machines, material, methods, or management, right? So these applications are useful to give them the analytical data which will help them to make the best use of these resources. So these ERPs are built keeping this point in mind. These ERPs are built and being upgraded continuously, keeping the optimum utilization of resources. Okay, so when it comes to the men, we have a HR applications. When it comes to the money, we have a finance applications. When it comes to the material management, we have material management applications. So like various applications are mainly focusing on optimum utilization of that particular resources. So when the company using these tools make the best use of these resources, can increase their profit margins by reducing the average cost of the product. The average cost of the product. Okay, when these resources are utilized to optimum level, obviously the average cost of the product is reduced. When the average cost of the product is reduced, profit margin will be increased. So that is the main focus of the ERP technology. That's why these technologies are named as the ERP technologies. Enterprise resource planning softwares or enterprise resource planning packages. The ERP definition. So the ERP definition is basically, it is a software that runs on a centralized database which has integrated applications that can be used across several business functions of an organization. That is a simple definition of ERP. So SAP is one of the ERP technology which are available in the market and which is again a leading ERP technology. We have Oracle, we have Fusion, we have Force One, we have JD Edwards, we have a CBL, we have Microsoft Dynamics, various other ERP technologies are available. So some of them are successful in a particular area. Like if you talk about the Oracle, it is good in finance. If you talk about the PeopleSoft, it is good in HR. Like CBL, it is good in CRM. But when you talk about the SAP, it is good for all. I mean, like many companies are implementing material management, many companies are implementing finance, HR applications, sales, and everything on a common platform. And SAP has applications which are suitable to all three level industries, like primary level industries or oil, mining, gas, etc. The second level companies like FMCG companies, even the third level like retail industries, retail companies. For all these three levels, SAP has a solutions in it. So that is why it is globally spread. Okay, and it is it has provided the country-specific solutions, okay, for more than 70 countries, okay. So it is globally spread application. Yeah, so that's about ERP introduction. The SAP architecture. So the next one, SAP architecture. So the present architecture of SAP is a 3-layer architecture. So it's like we have a development layer, a database layer. It is called database server, which can be located in some other place, which we don't need to know where is it located. Generally, the customers keep this database server in a country or a place where they think the geographically safe, because if the data is lost, everything is lost. So they keep this database server in one place. Okay, so that's where the data is stored. All the modules data is stored. Okay, then application servers can be multiple. Okay, so this application server, the database server IP is mapped to the application server. Sorry, the database server is mapped to the application servers. This is where the SAP applications are installed. Okay, so that it is mapped with the database server, so that this application can interact with the database for sending the data to and fro. Okay, so the same applications, the customized applications and the standard applications can also be copied to the another application server. You can have a number of application servers connected to the same database. Generally, why we need a multiple application servers? It's because, see, our presentation layers are here. I mean, the consultants, the users, okay, the functional consultants, the users and the technical consultants. These are the presentation layer. We access SAP from the presentation systems, right? So nothing is installed on our system, okay, apart from SAP GUI application. The SAP GUI application, graphical user interface, one of the widely used method to access SAP screens, right? So our applications, these application server IPs are connected to our presentation systems. When the number of users are increased, so definitely the performance of the application might be slower, application server. So that's when the companies can go for another application server, so that the users can be spreaded between these two application servers, so that performance can be better. Like, so these applications, this application server IP address is mapped over here. Okay, so to access these SAP applications, we need to install SAP GUI here. SAP small application called SAP GUI application, graphical user interface application, which is generally the job of SAP basis, SAP admin, who will take care of this, the GUI installation on the presentation system. Okay, there are two ways we can use SAP screens. One is SAP GUI, graphical user interface screen. Another one is a URL. Okay, so you can use a URL also to access SAP screens. Clear? So this application server IP is connected here. So the user ID and password is given to us. So we access these applications using our systems. These systems are called presentation systems. So this is a presentation layer. This is a presentation layer. So that's where the customer and the consultants use the system. I mean, they customize the applications. It's like we are connecting remotely. It's like a Gmail. So when we have a URL and user ID and password for the Gmail, we are able to access the Gmail through our mobile and the laptops. But the data is not stored in our system. It is stored where the data first moved through the servers, okay, application servers, and then it is placed in the database. Similarly, when you want to retrieve, when you have to download something from the Gmail, again, when you click on user interface, okay, download the data, for example, then that request goes through the application server, and then it goes to the database, get the data, and manage it in application server, and give it to us in the front end screen. So nothing is stored in our personal system, okay, but we are able to access every application. So this is called user interface. Okay, so in SAP also we have the same thing, SAP GUI. Of course, it is not a URL. Okay, you can directly, the screen will be open when you log in. So we are able to access the screen's application. So we are like connecting to the application server. The pages from the application server appeared here. The pages from the application server are appeared here. So we load employee data, we run payroll, we print the pay slips. Okay, we execute bank transfers. Every activity, user activity, is performed from the end user screen, UI, user interface screen. So every request, every button we click on, okay, every button we click on, every request we are sending here, it goes through the application server. It goes through the application server. For example, if I enter the data, employee number, phone, ID, the first name, last name, gender, nationality, all these details. The moment I click on this button, okay, save, then in the background application get activated. So the command will be sent to the application server. So the command is what? Save. Okay, so then it reads the data that is entered here, and then it manipulates the data here in the application layer. Okay, it might convert, or it might translate, whatever it is. Okay, it manipulates the data and pass it to the respective table in the database. Pass it to the respective table in the database. So this application server basically work like a communicator between the user and the database. It's not just a communicator. It can perform a calculations. It can manipulate the data, and it can give us the data in the required format. Like it can give us the data in the form of report, in the form of a file, in the form of a form. Okay, it can give us the report in any format. So the data is manipulated in the application layer only. Okay, so these applications read the user request and take the data from the front end screen and manage it or manipulate it in the application layer, pass the data to the database. At the same time, the user wants to have an employee list. For example, how many employees joined in the last year? He executes the respective application over here. Then, the moment he executes it, in the background, the respective program get activated. This program, okay, so the request is coming from so-and-so client. It takes that number and it goes to the database. It goes to the database and read the data from respective table, okay, and the data is imported into the application program memory and then manipulated here, and then after that show it to the user in the desired format. Okay, so this is how the application works. So the 3-layer architecture means, so this is a presentation layer. This is a presentation layer. That's where we access SAP from. Okay, this presentation layer is spread across, if it is a MNC, spread across all over the world, wherever the users are working from. So they can access SAP from their systems. Okay, and this application, this second one is application layer. So these servers are placed in some safe place. Okay, a database layer. So that's why the SAP is called 3-layer architecture. 3-layer architecture. The maintenance will be easy and it is safer. Okay, if anything happens to the one application server, you can rectify that type of disasters easily. You can take another server, copy the same applications here, route the users to this application server. Within 24 days, we can rectify this issue. When something happened to the database, so the application still exists here. We have, of course, the backup database. We immediately connect this IP address to these application servers. So any type of disasters we can handle easily within a 24 hours time. Okay, so the maintenance will be when you are using a multiple application servers, the performance will be easy. Performance will be good. Clear? The next one, introduction to the HCM modules. Again, so these modules can be divided into 2 groups. The HR and HCM modules can be divided into 2 groups. So the core modules and talent management modules. This is not a SAP classification, guys. Generally, when the client call it as a core modules, so these are the modules they have in mind. Organization management, we call it as a OM in shortcut. I'll explain what is OM, okay, in a minute. Personal administration and time management, payroll, and benefits. So this is PA shortcut. This is PT, personal time management. So this is like PY country. So like if it is USA, PY US, PY Canada, like this. The benefits HR Ben. Okay, so these are the modules, core modules. So basically, the organization management talks about organization structure and hierarchy. So when I say organization structure, what comes in mind is a hierarchy. The hierarchy of org units, the hierarchy of positions, the hierarchy of positions and hierarchy of org units. So this is what organization structure, organization management is. We replicate the client's existing organization structure hierarchy into the SAP system. That's what the organization management module is. So it helps the system to understand the reporting structure, which is used in the workflow. That is the first advantage of OM. Okay. So who is a manager to who? Who is a subordinate to which manager? So these things are understood by the system. When you have this organizational structure in place, system understands what is a higher level object or unit, which is a lower level or unit, which is a higher level position, which is a lower level position, and the managers of every position, so that it can send the leave request, maybe the self-appraisal template. Okay, so these approvals can be handled by the system easily with the help of org structure. The second advantage of org structure is basically reporting, cost reporting. The companies perform this cost planning, budgeting, cost accounting, controlling based on the departments. Cost planning means like a cost projection, like an estimation of the cost, so that they can be ready with the budget. Yeah. So that is a cost planning, which is done based on the departments, and the departments are created in organization management. Yeah. Budgeting means cost allocation, amount allocation to each department, so that the manager of the department is responsible for distributing that budget among the employees of the department. Budgeting. So after budgeting, the company spend. We spend the amount, that budget amount, okay, for the salaries or other expense. After spending, what is the next step? Accounting. Cost accounting is also based on the department. Okay, we can get a report based on the department wise. And controlling means cost center data. So the expenses incurred in a department is reported based on the departments and positions. So unless we have the departments in place, we will not be able to execute these things based on departments. So the departmental wise data is not available. We have a reporting in other ways, but I want to know the cost and budget, okay, everything is based on the departments. So if we have that in our scope, we need to implement OM. Otherwise, it is not required. Okay. The third thing, we have the recruitment. So what is recruitment module like? Like filling the vacant positions. So vacant positions are created where again in organization management. A position is a vacant or filled is again in an organization management. So if we have a recruitment module in a scope, then we have to have organization management implemented, because that's where the positions are created, jobs are created. Okay. So these are the advantages of organization management implementation. Okay. Any question on this module? Okay. The next one, PA, personal administration. Personal administration is a platform to manage the employee data. It can be an employee personal information, employment information, employee pay information, benefit information, employee time information. Okay, so it is a platform where the employee data is managed. So SAP has provided multiple ways of managing the employee data, multiple screens and multiple options for us to manage the employee data. You can upload the data and you can retrieve the data from the system. So that's what personal administration is. It is a platform to maintain the employee data, and it is a mandatory platform for everyone to start payroll learning, to start learning the payroll, to start learning the time management, to start learning the benefits. Any employee dependent modules, if you want to learn, you need to start with a PA, because be it a payroll data or a time data or benefits data, every employee data is handled on platform PA. So without knowing the PA, personal administration, we will not be able to learn the employee dependent modules. Okay. So the employee data is divided into the structures, further divided into the structures. How do we create these structures? After creating the structures, how do we hire an employee? How do you run the employment lifecycle events such as the hiring, promotion, transfer, rehiring, termination, etc. These all the things are performed. Employment events are performed on a platform, personal administration. So OM is a module which is used to handle the data of org units and positions and jobs. PA is a module that is used to handle the data of employees. Okay, time management. Okay, so this SAP time solution is very beautiful solution. It can handle any type of the requirements. It is in fact like my favorite module. So this time management is a vast solution for managing the employee planned times and the actual times recorded at terminals and the calculation of the day-to-day balances and sending this balance to the payroll. This entire thing is handled in a time management. So you can classify this time management into three types, three categories, not three categories, three parts. The first part is like a planned times, means the times that employee is supposed to follow every day. It is a shift planning, and each shift times, start time and end time, break time, end time, break time, start time, break time, end time, schedule end time. Are there any tolerance times? Is it a fixed type of shift or flexible shift that employee should follow? And the day offs are on what weekdays? So this, and holidays on what weekdays? I mean, what calendar days? So this entire planning, this is called planned times. That is the first part. The times that employee is supposed to follow as per the agreement is first part. Creating a planned times of employee and maintaining the planned times to the employee, so that employee follows the times. The second part is actual times. In the sense, see, in the planned times it says employee log in at 9 o'clock, employee should log out at 18. I mean, in the 6 o'clock in the evening. But employee will not log in exact time, when employee will not log out exact time. He might log in earlier, he might log in little late. The same time he might log out, okay, earlier or late. So in such situations, how do we apply the pay policies for the employee attendance? Are we handling the late coming? Are we handling early left? Are we handling any unjustified times during the plan working times? Okay, so this is called actual times. The actual times are required, okay, when the pay policies are depending on the actual times. Yeah. So the third part is the calculations part. So when you compare your planned times with the actual times, you get the balances. So that balances determine the gross of an employee. The balances means numbers, like regular working hours are how many, overtime hours are how many, late coming hours are how many, paid absence hours or unpaid absence hours, extra overtime hours are how many. So these calculations are arrived based on the plan working times versus the actual times recorded. So these three, so the time management can be divided as of these three parts. Okay, the planned times that employee is supposed to follow, actual times employee actually recorded a time terminal. The third thing, time balances calculation. Okay, time balances calculation. So this is the information that is required for the payroll. So that's the time management, guys. So this payroll is a vast module, but the good thing in here is 70 to 75% of the payroll is universal. Okay, it's like the skeleton of the human body is same, right, for everyone. Only the external features are different. Similarly, the SAP payroll, standard global payroll, 75% is same. if you are strong at that 75% part, okay, any country you can explore on your own. So that 75% part includes every common payroll practices like payslip printing, bank file generation, posting, calculation of the gross salary, calculation of the net salary, salary proration, and absence valuation. These things are common in any country, right? Okay, when you talk about the payroll, without these things, okay, there is no payroll. Absence valuation, salary proration, gross part, net part, payslip printing, bank file generation, check printing, posting to finance. So this skeleton is same for all the countries. So if one person learns the payroll for one country, that means he learned 75% of all other countries. The only 25 to 30% is a country specific calculations. So in some countries, this country specific part will be less. Like in the Middle East, it is very less. In India, it is very vast. India and USA also, it is vast. Clear? So the country to country, the complexity of the country specific topics are, it's depending. So that part we need to learn additionally. So I learned some of the countries after I'm assigned with that particular country. For example, Thailand and Malaysia and Singapore. Without knowledge, I directly involved into that projects. And within 3 weeks of time, by reading the SAP library and the SAP service marketplace documents, notes, and everything, I learned them on my own. So it takes normally 3 to 4 weeks to get some knowledge on any country, that we have to work on. But the main important part is be strong at the standard part of the payroll. So that is what I cover first before I cover any country. So I don't directly jump into the US payroll or Canada payroll. First, I explain the standard global payroll topics which everyone need to be strong at. The country specific part, if you know the taxation process, and I don't think this is a difficult thing to learn. You can learn these things, and all of these things I learned on my own by going through the library and doing some R&D in the system. SAP is a solution with very good documentation. A field-wise documentation is available. You might have already seen it. Okay, if I don't understand any field, so first thing I start with the English dictionary. What is the meaning of this field first? Generic meaning of this technology. After that, I read the documentation of SAP, and then after that, I start putting the data into that field, and then I do some R&D. So it gives an error. So error is learning. Error is the learning. Error is the only way that we can learn SAP. Okay, so if you get the error and you fix that error, and it will stay in your memory forever. But if you don't get the error, if you directly execute it the first time, it doesn't stay in your memory. If you get the error, if you fix it, if anyone asks you, you can immediately go to this table and then you do this, it works. So error is the only way we can learn SAP. Yeah, we should get the errors and we should fix them. Okay, so that we will remember them. You don't need much practice in that case. So we get errors and we continue R&D. We fix that errors. We continue getting the errors. Again, we fix them. That's how we learn it. Okay. So to learn this payroll, you need to have some knowledge on the payroll. Without knowing the expected result, without having a expected result in mind. So what output SAP has given is a correct or wrong, you will not be able to identify. If SAP payroll is giving you the net salary, right? Unless you have a net salary in mind, or unless you are able to calculate net salary on your own, you will not be able to justify SAP result, right? Whether it is correct or wrong. So first thing, if we are learning a payroll, SAP payroll means we should have some knowledge on the generic SAP payroll process. How the gross is calculated, how the gross is prorated when absence is applied, how the gross is prorated when employee joined in mid-month. These things we need to be strong at first. We should be able to calculate these things on an Excel sheet first. If you are able to calculate it on an Excel sheet, then you will expect the same thing in SAP. If SAP is not giving the same, then you will see where the error is. It is in your Excel sheet or in a SAP. Okay, so you will be able to justify it. So payroll requires some knowledge. Okay. So the next one is the benefits. These benefits are there everywhere in every country, but so in India, if you see in India, these benefits are not handled as a separate module because we don't execute the wide range of benefits in any payroll. We hardly have one insurance benefit provided by the company, another one is saving pension, provident fund. So which can be handled as a part of payroll. So, but in some of the countries, this benefit administration is vast. Okay, there are a lot of number of benefit providers, and each provider will provide various benefit plans to their employees, like health plans, insurance plans, and savings plans. Okay, the stock plans, number of plans provided to their employees, so that the employee, based on his eligibility, he will enroll himself in the plans provided. So based on his enrollment, the payroll automatically identify the cost of the plan and deduct that cost from the payroll. So the benefit administration is very closely associated with the payroll administration. So benefits is considered as a one particular business function like a payroll and time in various countries. Like USA, it is vast. So benefit administration requires a separate benefit consultant again. Okay, it is a separate knowledge. So benefit customization is one thing, benefit integration is another thing with the payroll. Okay, so not in India, and most of the Asia Pacific countries do not have this benefits concept, but UK, Canada, USA, these countries have a benefits as a separate module and need to be integrated with the payroll, so that when the payroll is run, it identifies what plans that does the employee is enrolled himself in. Okay, he might choose a plan for himself, for his spouse, for his dependents. Depending on the option that he chooses, the cost will be deducted from the payroll automatically. Okay, so this is the core HR mod. These are the core HR modules. So the talent management modules are talent acquisition, guys. So talent acquisition means what? Recruitment. So SAP has the older and absolute module, recruitment module. That's an older one, and it is not good for the customers, and it is not a successful module in SAP. Later, SAP has come up with the e-recruitment. Okay, e-recruitment, latest solution of SAP. This is the latest solution of SAP for the recruitment guys. Okay, e-recruitment means portal-based recruitment module, like wherein applicant can enroll himself in the portal. He can create his own profile in the portal, and it is stored in the company's database automatically. So the recruitment executive no need to take the data, enter the data manually. So that's how the e-recruitment works. So it is giving the portal access to the applicants. Like we have a company recruitment portal. So we have seen nowadays most of the companies are giving their own portals in which we can enroll ourselves. The user ID password will be given to us. We can create our own profile and see what are the job positions. And so this is a recruitment module. Again, SAP is promoting the SuccessFactors recruitment and onboarding for the recruitment module. Unless the client does not want to go for cloud application, okay, SAP is offering the recruitment, SuccessFactors recruitment and onboarding. If client wants to use on-premises model, then the SAP suggests the e-recruitment solution. Okay, so it requires the enterprise portal knowledge. It requires some enterprise portal knowledge, not just a SAP recruitment configuration. Okay, anyone who works on the talent management module, they need the portal-based knowledge. How do we create the roles in the portal, the pages and services in the portal? How do we map the services to the SAP services, SAP configurations? These things are required. So some portal knowledge also required to get into this e-recruitment. This is the talent acquisition. Okay. So next, talent measuring means performance management system. Okay, PMS. So that's why these appraisal templates are created and released to the employees, so that employees submit the self-appraisal. As soon as they submit self-appraisal, it goes to the manager for the approval. They have a discussion. After that, they give a final rating. The employee acknowledge it, and then it goes to the third level like this. This performance management system is used to measure the performance, talent measuring. So there may be review periods, 2 periods or 1 period in a year. Okay, so these appraisal templates are initiated. So this solution provide the customers to create various types of appraisal templates, like objective setting appraisal, peer appraisals, 360 degrees appraisals. Various templates can be created using this PMS one. Okay, and the next one, so talent acquisition and the talent measuring, and then talent improvising means LSO, learning solutions. So which is basically the solution for the training and development or learning and development. So the companies give a training to their associate to improve their skills in a particular area, okay, so that they can make the best use of these resources. Clear? They can improvise their technical skills by, see, these corporate trainings and all part of the LSOs, learning solutions. So this SAP has given a solution LSO for handling the training and development in the companies. Okay, so this is being an important area for all big companies. There is a separate department in the companies which is called learning. So they use this LSO solution. Okay, so there are live trainings, there are recorded trainings, there are documents, there is attendance tracking, there is a post evaluation test. All these things are handled in a training and event management module. I mean this LSO. Okay, so there are some mandatory trainings, there are some optional trainings. Okay, and there are trainings enrolled by your manager for yourself. Like you must go through this training. Okay, so the manager can enroll as a part of your appraisal discussions. So this LSO provide the tools to handle this training management. Okay, the next one, talent retaining. So how the talent is retained? Compensation management. So enterprise compensation management. This is basically to mainly 3 things, guys, in this. One is salary increments, identifying the increment, determining the increment for an associate is ECM, and variable pay. The second thing is variable pay part of it. So the eligibility of a variable pay, how much percentage this employee is eligible. Okay, and another thing here in this is stock allocations. Instead of paying the employee directly, they allocate certain stocks to the employees so that they can increase the sense of belongingness in the employees. So at least they work for they work for their stock increments, right? If the company performance is good, the stock price is increased. And from the company point of view, when they give us stocks, they also set some vesting period. The vesting period is like minimum you have to be in the company for 1 year at least to take 100% of the stock, to sell out your 100% of the stock. Or if you stay 6 months after allocation of the stocks, only 50% you can encash it. Like this, they can set a certain vesting periods. So with that strategy, this companies go for this compensation by paying the stocks, by giving the stocks to the employees. So these are the 3 things that are handled in ECM, like salary increment. It is integrated with the payroll, guys. ECM is integrated with the payroll. Performance management is integrated with the ECM because the ratings in a performance management is one of the factors that determine the salary increment, right? It's one of the factors, not every, it is base. There are also other factors like market, the company performance, the group performance. Okay, everything is another factor. The market price, job pricing. So what is the other companies are paying in the same industry for the same job? That also matters, for compensations. So there are various factors that determine your salary increment and the variable pay. In that, performance is one of the factors. So the performance management provides the input to the ECM. ECM provides the input to the payroll. Okay. So talent acquisition, talent measuring, talent improvising, talent retaining. So that's why it's called talent management. Okay, these are the talent management modules. Again, all these are integrated with self-services. So this is again considered as a module. So it is a separate skill in SAP HCM. ESS MSS is like the payroll consultant, time consultant. ESS employee self-service, MSS managerial self-service. This nowadays this self-service is very common thing. With this self-services, the admin's job is reduced to a great extent, right? For example, your banking application, online banking application is a kind of self-service. So instead of going to the bank and taking the bank executive, you can do certain activities, okay, anywhere, from anywhere by logging into the bank portal. It's a self-service. So you are able to update your own information, contact information, address information. Similarly, we have other self-services. There are many self-services available. The main significance of the self-services, you can perform your activities without depending on the admins, respective admins. Similarly, in HR, in companies, they give access to the company's portal. In that, self-service application is attached as a part of SSO. Okay. Once we log in into the portal, we will be able to update our own information. We will be able to apply the leaves. We will be able to download our pay slips. We will be able to enroll ourselves into the benefits. And we will be able to see our organization structure and hierarchy. Okay. We can apply the IJPs. We can fill our self-appraisals. We can enroll ourselves into the trainings. Okay. The compensation has nothing much. Basically, we don't have anything that we do in the compensation process, but is a part of MSS. So all are integrated. All these services are integrated on a portal, and the portal is part of your company portal. So once you become an employee of one company, you get a portal access. In that portal access, you get your self-service access. So this is a separate platform, not SAP platform. SAP has its own portal, but this portal can be from any technology based, like Java portals or any other portal can be integrated with the SAP platform based. Okay, so SAP has its own portal, enterprise portal. Okay, so the person who is working on this ESS MSS, they have a good knowledge on the portal administration first. The portal, again in the portal, there is a functional side of it, there is a technical side of it. Okay, there is a functional side of it, technical side of it. Functional side, we do the mapping, like services are mapped to the pages are mapped to the roles, etc. So this mapping is done from the functional point of view. And this, once this portal side design is done, and the services mapped to the backend configuration, that is also job of a ESS consultant. Clear? So the ESS is again an interface, user interface. Okay, we are accessing SAP ultimately through the portal only, right? So once these CSS are introduced, the HR admin job is greatly reduced. Now one does not require to go to the HR time admin to apply the leave. One does not send a request to the payroll admin to get a pay slip. Okay, any one employee does not require to submit the claim by going to the HR department or finance department, right? So they can directly apply through the portals. Okay, so the HR admin job is greatly reduced with the help of the self-service portals. If in the absence of the self-service portal, everything is depending on a admin, respective admin. To update your address, you have to go to HR admin, request HR admin to update the address in the system. Or you send a mail to the HR admin will update into the system, because you don't have access to the SAP system directly as an employee. Okay, with this portal access, we are given to the SAP access. So your employee ID is mapped with ESS user ID. Your employee ID in SAP system is mapped with the ESS user ID. So when you log in with this user ID, that employee ID data is appeared in the. See, when you log in into your personal banking, you will be able to see your own data, right? You cannot see others' data. Yes or no? So it's because the user ID that you are logging into the personal banking portal is mapped to your account in the bank. That's the reason you are able to get your information displayed on the portal. Okay, but when you update any information, the request goes to the backend server, and the data will be placed in the backend SAP server. So this is all about modules. See, in general software development, not ERP, in general software development, there is a role of software developer and the user has equal importance, and the system admin. If there are systems used, there has to be a system admin, right? So system admin who takes care of hardware and networking installations, etc. So generally the project development goes like this. When the project kickoff is announced, okay, the developers start taking the requirement from the customer, the requirements, business requirements means what screens they want, what tables they want. It is understanding of what reports they want, okay, and what are the formulas like their business rules. Like the developer will understand everything, okay, in this activity, the requirement gathering. So by questioning them or by going through their documents, okay, they prepare a requirement gathering document. After gathering the requirement, then they start coding or design, solution design. Once they design the solution, then the developer performs initial quality check before the user tests it, right? So the developer has to ensure it is working fine in all the dimensions that he tested first before the user tests it. If he doesn't test it first and then when the user tests it directly, the user faces a lot of issues. Then he will be scared to use that application. Tomorrow he is responsible for that application. So the quality check by developer himself is important before he gives it to the user. The user is new to this software, so there has to be a user training and the user manual preparation shared. After that, the user prepares the test scripts, and based on that, the user testing is started, UAT, or we can call it as a CAT. User acceptance testing, customer acceptance testing. The user testing will be there. So user testing and then user approval is important after testing. Okay, once user approval UAT is done, there may be a pre-production testing. Not every company do this, pre-production or a parallel testing. It is like this UAT or CAT is the testing the system with the dummy data. So whatever the scenarios that the user remember, they test it. There are certain scenarios user might not remember, they miss them in the UAT and CAT. So that's why to identify such situations, we have a parallel testing or a pre-production testing. Testing the system with the real-time data. Like if the company has the 5,000 employees, and if the 5,000 employees payroll is already completed for a month of January in the legacy system, so for the same data, January month data, we run payroll in new technology and we calculate the net salary. This net salary is downloaded and the net salary from the legacy system is downloaded and compared. So if any scenario that is missed over here, definitely covered on one of the other employee over here. So that is main intention of executing the parallel testing. It is a complex activity. UAT is basically testing the system with dummy data. I mean, sample size 50, 30 employees, covering 3-4 cases on each employee, the user tests it. But this one, parallel testing or pre-production testing is a testing with the real-time data. Like for the pay period where the results are already executed in the legacy system, the same data is downloaded from the legacy system, uploaded into the, like SAP system. We calculate SAP payroll results. See, when the technology is changed, the net salary will not be changed. Yes or no? You run payroll on for employee XYZ on technology A, there is a net salary. Same employee, same data on the technology B. Okay? Same net salary it should give. So when there is a change in the technology, there should not be change in the net pay, right? So on that basis, we do this parallel testing. So if there is a $1, just a 1 rupee or 2 rupee differences, we ignore them. If there is a huge difference, take that cases, start analyzing that cases. So if there is a scenario that is missed out here, definitely covered on one or the other employee over here, right? So I'm just talking about SAP way, but generally this testing will be there in some of uh, the project methodologies. Okay, in some methodologies it is not used. And data migration. So when there is a technology change, there is always a data migration, right? There has to be a data transferred from the legacy system to the new system. So data migration is a compulsory activity. See, when the testing is done, you keep this solution in a production system. The solution is not a data. Solution is like a formula. But where is the data? On whom you are applying that formula? Employees, right? But where are the employees in the production system? There are no employees. So the employees are residing where in the legacy system. So download the data from the legacy system into and convert that into the format that is loaded into SAP system or new system. So there is always a conversion required. You can't load the data as it is. Okay, the structure of the data in the new system may be different from the structure of the data in their old system. So the data conversion manually done generally. Then in this new system there are interfaces. Every technology provides you the two options. One option, individual record creation and change. Individual record, like individual employee record, individual record creation, individual correction. Second one is mass correction or mass creation. Any technology will provide you these two options. Okay. So if I have to handle 5,000 employees data, definitely I cannot do it individually. Right? So we need a program which is used to select the file with the data in a specific format, and then on the click of execution, the data is placed in the database automatically. So that's called interfaces. Okay, interfaces are common in any technology. These interfaces are two ways: inbound, outbound. Inbound, outbound. Inbound interface is to upload the data from external system to the current system. Outbound interface, generally we download the data from current system to our local desktop or to the third party system. So the data migration require the interfaces. It cannot be done manually. So data migration is another activity. Once data is migrated in the production, then means start using these applications. Okay, start using these applications for the day-to-day business activities of the customer in the production. Then there is a warranty period. Warranty period, post-live support as per the initial agreement. So in any technology, in any software development, can we avoid any of these activities? Any one of these activities? No, right? Maybe the jargon that they use different, the terminology that they use is different. But ultimately the activities remain same. Requirement gathering should be there, solution designing, quality check, user training. Okay? So these things have to be followed at any cost, whatever the methodology is. Yes or no? In one way or the other way. In case of ERP, ERP is what? It is a package of ready-made applications. It is a package of ready-made applications. So we have functional consultant, technical consultant, sorry, and admins, system admins. Always the users have to be there. Without a user, there is no any technology development, right? So there is a new role over here, functional consultant. So anyone who learns this, the HR or SAP FICO or SAP MM or SAP SD or SAP CRM, these are like various modules are there, but I'm just noting down only 5 or 6 here. So these are the functional modules. These are the functional mods. Anyone who learns these modules are considered as a functional consultant. So what is the role exactly of the functional consultant? What is the role of a functional consultant? Let me take in this example. I mean, it may be a stupid example. And developers, you don't mind this, okay? See this. If it is a software development, it is like I want to have a shirt. So what will I do? One option is I buy a cloth and I go to the tailor and I give the measurements. The tailor will stitch it. Okay, then I wear it and see it. If any changes need to be done, I request them and then wear it. Start using it. So that is like a software. You get a raw software, okay? Then the customer explain his requirements to the developer. Developer will design it according to the need of the customer. If it is ERP, it is like a ready-made store. Okay, the customer goes to the ready-made store. There is a shopkeeper there. The shopkeeper should know what is there in the store, what is not there in the store, which item is available in which shelf, which area in the shop. So he needs to have a complete knowledge on the store first. That shopkeeper interact with the customer and understand his requirements. Okay, based on his requirements, he goes to the store and bring all the items. Okay, based on his need and show it to him. Then the user pick them. If the item is not available, what the customer is asking is not available, then the shopkeeper will tell him that it is not there. I can show you some alternatives. So that shopkeeper job is the functional consultant job. The functional consultant should understand how these applications in the standard SAP system work. Okay, how to execute them, what output do they provide, so what input do we need to give to those applications, how to execute them. Okay, and every application given by SAP we should understand as a functional consultant. So when the customer explains his requirement, so we immediately get the application in mind. Okay, this application can be mapped to the customer. Clear? So though it is a ready-made store, you still need a tailor, right? For alterations. So we still need a developer. Okay. So if the customer, like when we buy a jeans, if it is too longer, we go to the tailor and then get it altered, right? So similarly, here, though it is a package of ready-made applications, we still need a developer. Though all the best practices are already developed by SAP, given as a predefined applications, some of the customers will have a typical business rules, okay, and which obviously very rare. That's the reason SAP does not give any standard solution for that application, for that requirement. So if there is such a requirement for which we are unable to give a solution from SAP, okay, from SAP standard list, we also check with the SAP through customer portal. We connect to the SAP, someone from SAP, we take SAP support on behalf of customer. So this is a customer requirement. Do we have any solution for this? Even if SAP says, yes, we do not have any standard solution for this, when SAP confirms it, we confirm to the customer, saying there is no standard solution for the same. Then the customer has two options. One is either they go for manual work, they have to handle it manually, or they need to take a developer help to enhance the existing application or to build a new application altogether. Okay, so that's where the developer will come into the picture. Okay, technical consultants. So in SAP, these are SAP ABAP consultants. So ABAP is a programming language in which these applications are built. So the main role of the technical consultant is they can enhance the existing applications or they can build a new applications. See, when I say applications, these are like screens, tables, forms, reports, right? So these are the general objects any user use any technology. Whatever the technology is, it's either a screen or a table where they maintain the data. Okay, it is a report, maybe in an Excel format or a CSV format. They fetch the data. Clear? Or it may be the form, like they see the pay slip, invoice, purchase orders, and everything. Whatever the technology is, these objects are same. Like tables or screens or forms or reports. But on what platform these are built? That is what the point is. So these objects are built on a platform ABAP. ABAP is a programming language like C, Java, .NET. Okay. So using this ABAP, they build these objects. SAP has built these objects. So using the same ABAP, developers build the custom objects, or they might change the code in the standard, enhance. They use an enhancements approach, so they can change the code of the standard applications. Not changing, like adding a new functionality. Okay, okay. So system admins in SAP perspective, these are SAP bases who takes care of right from the hardware requirements, identifying the hardware requirements and informing this hardware requirements to the customer, installation of the software in that hardware, operating system management, database management, and the preparing this landscape system strategy. That's what I'm going to talk in the next point. Okay, this is all network building, hardware and networking, basically IT support. We call it as IT support in the companies generally. So this is what their job is: user administration, installations, database upgradation, operating system upgradation, SAP software upgradation, securities, user permissions, okay, and the data transporting from one server to another server. So these are the main activities of the SAP basis team. We call them as a system admins. Okay, system admin. So the end users are from the customer side. They are responsible for giving us the requirements. Okay, and they are the one who get the trained by the functional consultants, and they are the one who test the system and provide approval before we move the solution to the production. Right, the users, without users, there is no software development or a ERP. Okay, so these are the roles in ERP. Yes, only for HR. Only for HR, we have. See, this ABAP is a module independent guy. For him, every HR application or finance application, application, for them, this is a program. It is an object. So they build the HR object, they build finance objects, they build material management object. Okay. So they build these objects, like it may be an object, may be a table or a form or an interface, okay, or a report or a workflow. So it can be anything. It can be enhancement. Okay. So this is a program. Everything is a program for them. So they are module independent people. So the system admins and the technical consultants are module independent people. The functional consultants are module dependent people. So the functional consultant requires process knowledge. Okay, for process knowledge. The functional consultants are the point of contact to the customers, and we are the representatives. Okay, for the customers, we need to get the best out of SAP for our customers. Okay, so we work for our customers to get a better solution from SAP. Okay, for every business requirement, there are multiple ways, multiple solutions. We need to identify the better one. Better one in the sense, what they expect is automation and easy to use user friendly screen and the response time and accuracy. So these are the factors that increase the client satisfaction. So we'll mainly focus on those factors while giving a solution. Okay. So whatever is available in the standard, the best we try to give. If we know very less applications, we may not be able to give the better to the customer. Okay. So we try to explore the applications. SAP is is developed, and every day there are enhancements developed by SAP. There are features, additional features developed by SAP. They are released in the name of what? In the name of versions. Version is like a big change, guys. Version is like a big change. The last time the version release was in the ECC 6.0, which was in 2005, I guess. Okay. Since then, does this mean since then there are no improvements? No. It is like EHV. The new releases, another name to the new releases is enhancement. Enhancement packages. So right now, EHV 8 is being used. This is what I have seen with my customers. 9, I'm not sure. I'm not explored whether it is released or not. EHV 8. So when it comes to when it compared with the version is a bigger change. It brings the change at architecture level or UI level and the change in all the areas. Okay. Enhancement package is like it brings the changes in multiple modules, like 3-4 changes in 3-4 features, additional features in HR, 3-4 additional applications in finance, 3-4 like in say sales, like this. The HP brings multiple module applications, new applications. Components. The new release can be a component, a particular scenario. Like earlier days before GST was introduced in India, okay, the GST is not there in the existing system. Later they introduced this as a component, GST as a component. So that component can be downloaded from SAP Service Marketplace and attached to the SAP system. Like in early days again, the ESS MSS features, when we were working on a 5.0, the ESS MSS is released as a component to the 5.0 version. So this has to be explicitly installed and implemented into the system, attached to the 5.0 version. And later when the 6.0 is introduced, it became a part of standard SAP solution. So like these components are introduced. Okay, a scenario component is like a complete scenario. And when you compare with the components, add-ons and the plugins are even smaller, like one application, one table, one interface. Okay, so these are add-ons and plugins. So SAP new releases are with this technology specs. Okay, versions, enhancements, components, and add-ons. New releases. And SAP's bug fixes. So these are released as a notes. Bug fix in the sense support. For example, there is an application. That application is not working as expected, as explained by the SAP, and it is throwing an error in some case. And we checked it in the standard system. Even the developer checked it, and he confirms it. So this is the way it works. Okay. So we take it up to the SAP, and SAP login and then check your case through the early watch system, early watch client. So SAP consider this as a bug. Then SAP has to rectify it for all its customers, right? So SAP rectifies it in the standard solution, release the note. So that note, data of the note, details of the note, and the patch, like the software component of the note, is placed in the service marketplace. So the customer has to go to the note and read it, understand it, and the component should be downloaded from the service portal and then attach it into the system. Clear? So the note can be a bug fix, the note can be a change. For example, the Union Government of India changes the tax slabs. Okay, tax slabs. So these slabs have to be changed in the standard SAP solution for all its SAP customers in India. So what they do, they release a note. A note is something which can be implemented by a basis, or a note is something which has to be implemented by a developer, or a note may be something which can be implemented by a functional consultant himself. The complete information on the note is explained in SAP service portal. So read that, understand who has to do what to implement this note, and implement if it is required. Okay. So the tax labs are implemented automatically when this note is applied. A set of nodes and the dependent nodes and set of nodes are called support packs. Okay, so when you implement the support pack, all the nodes in the support pack are implemented by default. Or if you want only a particular node to be implemented, you can go for that particular node. Okay. When certain components are implemented, the support packs are already available and the nodes are available when a component is updated. So the bug fixes and changes can be in the name of nodes in the support packs by SAP. So the information on this completely you can find it in SAP Service Marketplace. Okay, so yeah, we have projects. We have an implementation. So one is the implementation project, and the one is support and maintenance, or we call it as a AMS, application maintenance support. And the third one, rollout project. The fourth one, upgrade. So the consultant role remains same, whatever the project is. See, implementation means right from, suppose, okay, right from establishing a hardware and install SAP until the day we start using this SAP for the client start using SAP for day-to-day business transactions. The process between right from installation to the day that we go live is an implementation project. Going live means start using the SAP for day-to-day business transactions. Like suppose if some company says we go on live SAP in January, which means they started using SAP for their day-to-day business transactions and stop using their previous legacy software tool, whatever it is. So that is called go live. So right from installing this new technology into the system and then until the day that we go live, the process in between is the implementation. It's like establishing a new technology and start using the new technology. So it requires certain activities. It cannot be, the go live cannot be right away after installation, right? Okay, there are certain activities, okay, we need to take care, then only we can go live. For example, in any software development, we have, as I said, the same activity I'm listing here as requirement and solution design, and then quality check, and then user training, and the manuals prepared. User manuals are prepared, and then user testing, and then pre-production testing, data migration. That's it. So any software requires these activities, be it ERP or normal traditional software. Any software requires these activities. In case of ERP also, these activities remain same. The only thing is, it is not a solution designing, we call it as a solution mapping, because it's a package of ready-made applications. You do not have to write a program right from the scratch unless the client requirement is deviated from the standard one, or the standard list of applications do not contain the requirement of the customer, an application for the customer, an application that matches the customer requirement. If it doesn't exist in the standard, then only the solution design is required. Okay. Otherwise, it is a solution mapping, or in other words, we call it as a configuration. In normal software development, it is the role of a software developer right from here. Right from here to here, it's the role of a software developer. In ERP, right from here to here, it is the role of a functional consultant. It is a functional consultant who takes the requirement from the customer and then document it and sign off and get the sign off by the client. And then solutions are already in place, applications are ready to be used. Okay, so we maintain the data, the enterprise data, policies data, structures data into the system. That is called configuration. So you will come to know what is a configuration maybe in the next session completely. Config means what is that we do. And then, so this part in SAP, it is called business blueprinting. It is a document, or we consider it as an agreement between the customer, client, and the consulting company. Okay, it contains the total list of business requirements. It contains a total list of business requirements and agreed by the customer. So it's like the client sign off because he is agreeing that these are my all my 100% requirements. Tomorrow I'm not going to change them. From the consultant side, he should sign it off that he is promising the solution in SAP. It's like a solution plan also in SAP. So both the parties must sign off on this business blueprint, and then we get access to the system. Okay, then we start working on configuration. We call it as a configuration is a part of realization phase. Okay, so in this realization only, this QA quality check is called in SAP environment, it is called unit testing.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a standard payroll area in SAP HCM payroll for the US and Canada? Option A, C100, Canada. Option B, U100, United States. Option C, U200, California. Option D, U300, New York. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section.
So it is a testing that is done by the functional consultant himself. Every scenario that we map should be tested thoroughly at this stage from all the dimensions. See, for example, when they say, clients say, for the employee who is in a grade 1 and level 2, the salary is $5,000 per month. That is the requirement of the customer. Okay, so we hire an employee with a grade 1 and level 2, and we see if 5,000 is maintained or not on the table. That is a straight testing, direct testing. The other testings that we need to do is, what if employee takes unpaid leave? What if employee takes a paid leave? What if employee joins in the mid-month? What if employee is terminated in the mid-month? What if employee takes a full month unpaid leave? What if employee's salary increases in the mid-month? So all these scenarios have a different outputs, right? Okay, and all these scenarios, no two clients follow same method and same formulas. Yes or no? So that's where we gather the requirement. Okay, in this situation, how the salary has to be prorated. In case of termination in the mid-month, how the salary has to be prorated. All these testings should be done from our side. Initially, these scenarios must be part of blueprint. The client will give us the formulas. So the same scenarios will be tested thoroughly here during the unit testing. We need to ensure while end user testing it, he says he faces the less number of issues. If the unit testing is not done properly, when it goes to the end user, then the UAT takes a longer time, and there may be escalations as well when the user testing it. So we rectify all issues possible based on our understanding We have a 2B blueprint, which is a base for testing, and we test it as a functional consultant. Now, so user manuals are required. There are templates because SAP is like a uniform solution, right? So every company has this user manual templates. We modify wherever it is required and give it to the customers. It should explain right from logging in, and how they maintain the data, how the salaries are executed, salary calculation is executed, how pay slips are printed. Everything should be part of these user manuals. And the users perform the testing based on the test scripts prepared by themselves. And if they see any issue, they raise it to the consultant. The consultant has to fix it. So there are two reasons for any issue, either a data issue or a configuration issue. Data issue is something that should be rectified by the user himself, because he entered a wrong data that is resulting in issue. It is not a solution design issue. It is a data issue. When it is a configuration issue, definitely that situation occurs for more employees, more cases. Clear? Okay, so that is one way we can come to conclusion initially. Is it a config issue or a data issue? If it happens to one individual, most probably it is, not all the times, most of the times it is a data issue. If it is happening to the multiple employees, most probably it is configuration issue, most of the times. So the consultant can log into the system, actually see the issue. We can see the issue on one employee and identify that issue and fix it. So this cycle will be repeated until the last scenario is tested and working fine. Until the last scenario tested and working fine, this cycle is repeated. The user testing. So once all the testing is done, the user will give a sign off. Like it says, the user is approving the solution, accepting that everything is working fine, and we can start with the pre-go live activities. Okay, so there can be other testing, as I explained earlier. Parallel testing and a pre-production testing is done. Then the solution will be moved to production. The solution is moved to production. In a production, data migration is executed. Okay, means uploading the data into the SAP system. Then they start using the SAP system. This process is an implementation, guys. Okay, implementation. So we have various methodologies used by SAP, by the companies, and most of them are derived from ASAP accelerated SAP methodology. We have nowadays Activate methodology, Waterfall methodology, and Agile methodology. Various companies follow the methodologies. More or less are same. All are same. If you are strong at this ASAP methodology, you can easily adopt the other methodologies also. Okay, because the things that we do in this ASAP methodology are there in every other methodologies. The process is different. Okay, so this is an implementation project. Then the second one, any question in this? What is it we handle in a support and maintenance projects? So see, as long as the customer use a technology, there has to be always a technical expert available, because the technology might give an issue anytime, or there is a change in the business requirement. Anything, it can be anything. The consultant or developer or the person who changes the solution and corrects the solution should always be available, be it 10 years or 20 years, as long as they use the technology. So that is called service support and maintenance. Mainly two things here: support and maintenance. The tickets handling or incidents. Generally, we in general terminology issues in a existing solution. Though we tested it on 3 different levels, no solution is 100% correct. Definitely, there will be a case which is not identified in a quality or user testing or a pre-production testing. Some situation the solution may not work, the configuration. Okay, so that's when the client raises a ticket. Some call it as an incident, some call it as a tickets. But basically, it is an issue in the existing solution. Say, for example, the net salary is incorrect. It is not coming as expected. Or in a month, the net salary is coming more or less. Okay. So the client identifies that as a issue. Okay. So then he will not fix that issue by himself. He's an user. He works on only on front end. So there will be two reasons for any issue. There will be two reasons for any issue, either data issue or solution design issue. Is a data issue or a solution design issue. So if it is a data issue, who will see it? Again, the functional consultant has to log in into the production system, or maybe if the production system access are not given, create a case or a clone a case into the quality environment, and in the quality they analyze it. So the consultant identifies it as a data issue, then guide the user to correct the data, as we are not authorized to change anything in a production. So you should guide the user to correct the data and rerun the case So that is, if that is a data issue case. If it is a solution design issue, okay, so the configuration issue, then we go back to the development system and correct the solution, okay, and you test it. All the activities are performed again, like quality check initially. We test it initially in the development itself from our side. If it is working, then move it to the quality. Ask the user to test it and confirm it. So user tests it and confirms it. With that approval, move the correction to the production system. So this quality development production is part of landscape system strategy topic, which I'm going to explain you in a few minutes. Okay. So the configuration issue has to go through this process. Go to the development, correct the solution. You test it from your side as a consultant and keep it in a quality system. Ask the user to test it and confirms it. He tests it and confirms and approve it. With that approval, correction is moved to the production. So we ask the user to rerun it. In the production, when he reruns it, if it is fixed, he closes the ticket. So basically, ticket handling is what we do in a support and maintenance. First thing. The second thing is a change request. Business is very dynamic. It is particularly HR policies are even more dynamic. Okay, anytime, almost definitely, like Government of India changing the union rules, tax rules, central tax rules every year. The companies also have some policies newly implemented every year, right? Or there may be new location added, or there may be new component, pay component added, new deduction added, new pay component added. So this new policy is introduced. So these are not issues. This is something has to be started from blueprint and in the system configuration, and then test it, and then it is like enhancing the existing configuration, right? So we call them as a change request. In shortcut, we call it as a CR. The CRs are not just part of support and maintenance. These are also can be part of implementation project also. How it can be part of implementation? See, once blueprint is signed off by the client, customer, he cannot change any policy in this again. So after 2 months, after a month sign off, and we are in QA, and the client is bringing a new change, he is changing. We from this month and onwards, we are introducing 2 pay policies for certain employees, and we want this to be part of implementation. Such changes are considered as a change request, because after signed off, if you have to change anything in the business blueprint, it should be considered as a change request. So these change requests are additionally chargeable always. Okay, I mean, this is depending on the clients and the consulting company agreements. Clear? But usually the change requests are additionally chargeable based on the hours of effort we put on it. Okay. So the main role of a support and maintenance project is the tickets handling and the change request. Okay. So we again here in this project, our role plays very crucial. The functional consultant role is very crucial over here. We are the point of contact for the customer. Okay. So the customer satisfaction is more important. Again, here, what gives him the satisfaction is first being available, okay, and always be available. We don't know when the issue is raised. As soon as the issue is raised, you need to address it. You need to be available first. And acknowledgement is another thing. Like as soon as we receive the issue, we should acknowledge it, saying at least we received the issue and we started working on it. So keep it in progress and acknowledge it to the customer. The third factor that counts the client satisfaction is keep him updated about the status. So at least he knows what is happening. Yeah. So we should keep him updated. So the progress of the ticket. By any chance, if it's going to be delayed, inform him with the right justification. Okay, that is the third factor. The fourth factor is the fix, permanent fix. The issue should be a permanent fix. It's not like adjustment for the current month. It should be a permanent fix. If you resolve an issue, it should be a permanent resolution. That issue is not repeated in the next month in future. That gives more satisfaction. If that issue is repeated, it works in reverse way. And every month you are going to do the adjustments, managing it simply by adding a value or subtracting a value. If you are doing these adjustments, and it's going to be disaster one day. And with the experience, I'm saying all this. It should be a permanent fix. Okay, so that is more important. And the fourth one is first time resolution is for us it is important. Okay, first time resolution. We should focus on the first time resolution in the sense the moment you receive the ticket, once you understand it with the interaction or exchange of the mails with the customer, once you understand it and you fix it in the configuration level and test it, put it in the quality, and the client approves it after testing. If the client approves it in the first attempt, that is the first time resolution. So in the companies that I worked earlier, they counted this as a performance point. Okay, at the end of the review cycle, this is how many FTRs you have and compared with the team. So they always focused on FTRs, first time resolutions. So that counts our performance as well. And another point, average resolution time that we are taking is again, it is our performance point, which will be discussed during our appraisals. So the support consultant role is very important role, support and maintenance consultant role, particularly when you are being a shared resource, when working with the multiple clients, you need to take care of these points: availability, acknowledgement, keep the client updated, and the solution accuracy, the FTR and average resolution times. These are the factors that gives the satisfaction of the customer. Okay. So at the end, we always collect the customer feedback, right? Client feedback. Okay. So that counts the company performance as well as the individual performance. So the support and maintenance projects are very crucial, and it's not easy. So any corrections you are doing, any changes you are implementing must be with an effective date and must be must not affect the existing solutions. So it's not easy. Clear? Okay. So this solution is being used by the customer for a long time. See, all of a sudden, if you are doing certain changes, if it affects existing configuration, it gives, it's going to be disaster again. Clear? So we should be careful and set our effective date controls everywhere for the changes. Okay. So that is, but I'll show you as a part of training. Okay. When we discuss about the topics, we will discuss about this. Any questions on the support and maintenance? The change request will start with the blueprint again. Okay. So we update the blueprint version, and the same thing is kept in the configuration. Yeah, for every CR, the first thing is we should give a effort estimation. For every CR, effort estimation is more important because CRs are chargeable, right? Okay, there will be a negotiation between the customer and ourselves on the number of hours we are going to charge. Okay, once customer approves it, then we start update the same in the blueprint, previous scenario and the latest scenario both, and then update the same thing in the system, and you test it from your side, put it in quality, ask the customer to test it, okay? And when the customer tests it and approves it, move it to the production, okay? So it should be like your blueprint, the blueprint and the solution in the system should be in sync always. What is there in the blueprint should be as it is there in the solution. Some of the guys, some of the consultants, generally they don't update this in the blueprint, okay? But they update it in the system and the customer approves it. And after a few months of support, you are moved to some other project, and somebody else come into this project. Somebody else is the responsibility of this project. Now, in the blueprint is different, the solution in the system is different. He will be confused. Then he has to refer all the CRs risers so far individually. Okay? So the blueprint must be in sync with the solution design in the system. Always. Okay? So we should not stop updating the blueprint anytime. For every CR, we must update in the blueprint as well with a new version of the blueprint. Okay. Third one, I worked on a rollout project. Okay. That's why I added it as a project here. One of the client that I worked on is a MNC that has operations in almost 23 countries at the time. So the first country they have gone live is India. The first country that they have gone live is India. Okay. And all other countries, they call it as a rollout projects. All other countries, the first country that they go, so see these 23 countries, they don't want to go live parallelly at a time. So they wanted to first implement SAP for India, and then they see the performance of SAP, whether it is really matching their business needs or not. So they want to verify it. So the first country that they have gone live is India, and that is called implementation. And all other countries they call as a rollout projects. So they are rolling out the same SAP solution to the other countries also. So in this, it is as good as implementation, but it requires certain additional testings. And the reason they named it as a rollout project, there are certain things which are built at the time of implementation can be enhanced to the other countries as well. Okay, so we do not have to create certain solutions from the scratch. There are certain applications built during the implementations which can be used for other countries directly. So that's the reason they called it as a rollout projects. Okay, there are certain common global level things which can be used for all the countries, right? So they roll out those solutions to the other countries also. So I worked on 3 countries rollouts at the time, but as far as HR is related, it is as good as implementation. We have to start from the scratch only. Okay, but one additional thing is in this process, there is something called as a regression testing, which is mandatory for the rollout projects. It's because when you move certain changes to the production system, we need to keep that in mind that there are certain countries already gone live. So before our changes, our configuration is moved to the production, there is something called regression testing. As a part of the testing, all the users from the countries which have already gone live, they execute the scenarios again, certain list of scenarios in a quality system, and confirms it that their countries are not affected by our changes, so that we can move our changes to the production system. Okay, so we used to wait until all the clients give us the confirmation. I mean, all the countries give me the confirmation. Once they give me the confirmation, then only I can move them. So it became a hectic process. So they started keeping all the team members. I mean, UAT is on a single floor. So they made them responsible for doing a testing. So they are available for all the times. So they started giving the test result immediately. So the test result is our countries are not affected, our countries are working fine, you can move the changes. It happened many times. our changes, our changes affecting the other country changes also. There are certain objects in HR where you maintain all country related entries. So by any chance, if I delete them, the other countries get affected. So this regression testing should be done thoroughly. So it is a part of that rollout projects. Okay. So 90 to 95% it is an implementation project only. Okay. For HR, particularly for the payroll. Clear? It is as good as implementation. We take the requirements, the unit testing will be there, end user training will be there, everything will be there as it is. When it comes to the certain applications which are built at a global level or enhanced to our countries directly. Okay. And also the regression testing is one additional thing in the rollout projects. Okay. So anyone who has an implementation experience can directly work on the rollout projects as well. Okay. Upgrade projects. Our role is very minor here. The major role is the base system. Upgrade means version upgrade. Like, so the client is using 5.0 version and they want to go for a new version. So they establish a server and install the new version software, and the data will be as it is copied from 5.0 version to the 6.0. Okay, see in our Android mobile, in our mobiles, when the Android version, new version is updated, the data is not lost. The data remains as it is, right? So new features are available. Similarly, when the version upgrade happens, the existing solution should work as it is there in the old previous version. So our role here is testing. In a upgraded project, our role is testing. So you take 50 scenarios in 5.0, same 50 scenarios you tested in a 6.0, and you execute this testing in both the systems and compare the results. Wherever there is a deviation, identify the reason. If both solutions are, 5.0 version, 6.0, both are giving the same results, that means upgrade is successful. Okay, data migrated, data copied from 5.0 to 6.0 properly. So see, when the version is changed, the tables remain same. So the data can be easily copied. Okay, with RFCs. So this is a version upgrade. In this project, our role is very minimum, which is a testing. So these are the project types in SAP environment. So everywhere we have in any software development, we have a development environment, and there is a quality environment, there is a production environment. So development environment, it has its own server, database server, and it has its own application server. Okay, and the quality environment, okay, let me put it in this way. This is a development application server, development quality server, development database server, quality application server, quality database, production application server, production database. Like this. Our presentations, client systems are here. The user systems. User means, when I say user, the functional consultant is an user. Okay. The end users are users, developers also users. Also users. So let's say this is a functional consultant system. Okay. So he will have access to the development server, and he will have access to the quality server mapped here. He will have access to the production server mapped here. So we can name it, okay, with our own naming convention. So there is no compulsory thing here. Quality system, this is a production system. So what is the production system? Production system is normally where the real-time business transactions are executed. real-time business transactions are executed. So there is no dummy data over in the production environment, guys. Okay, so we may not be able to access to the production system. Some customers that I worked on, they did not allow us to access the production system. Okay, so they don't want to see their pay slips. So that's the reason they did not allow us. Okay, they did not even give us the display access. There is no access at all in the production system for us. There is some customer who gave me display access so that I can directly log into the production system and see what is the issue and analyze the issue. There is some customer who gave me the change access directly. Okay, but even if you get a change access, you are not authorized to change anything in the production system without a client request in written in mail. It's not like the client call us and then ask us to change something. We are not supposed to do it. Okay, so it has to be written. There has to be a written proof. Then only we will be able to change the thing in the production. So we are not at all responsible. We are not at all authorized for the production system. Yeah, we are not authorized at all to access anything in the production system. So if I don't get access to the production system, how can I rectify the issue? How can I see the issue? So there is a cloning tool. There are various cloning tools from SAP. Using that cloning tool, you can replicate that issue in the quality environment, so that functional consultant do not have to create that case again. Okay, so it can the tool can replicate the cloning of the case in a quality and development automatically within a seconds. So we can log into quality and then see what is the issue. Clear? So production system is where the real-time business transactions, day-to-day business transactions are executed. The consultants are not authorized. The complete owners are the client side users. Now coming to the quality. Quality is always a copy of the development. We again do not have access to the quality to change anything in the solution. We will not have access in the quality system to change anything in the solution. But we can test like end user. Okay, the front end screen access is given to us so that we can test the scenarios, but we will not be able to change anything in the solution. What is the point in changing the solution in a dummy system? Quality is a dummy system where we enter the dummy data and then test it. Clear? So the quality server is in quality environment is used for two things. One is to increase the quality of the solution in the development by testing it. Okay. The second one is that's where the user approves a solution before the solution is moved to the production. Okay. So the only place where you can create a solution is only for testing and training. So the users as well as the functional consultant have an equal responsibility here. We are the one who give a training to them, and we are the one who fix the issues, right? So the users will be testing the system with the dummy data and provide us the approval. Provide us the approval. Okay. And development environment is where the actual solution creation and solution modifications. It is the only server. So at a higher level, so these are the three environment. So the initial testing done by the consultant, the quality check is also in a development part. Okay. In a quality environment, there are two testings. One is UAT, user training, and UAT or CAT, and parallel or reproduction test. I mean, different ways of using it. I'm just explaining the ways that I've worked on. Okay, the landscape systems that I've seen in my past experience. Okay, so this is where the user approval. So if I have to move anything to the production, okay. So the first thing is the solution creation modification is here, and the initial testing is done. in this environment. Okay, I cannot directly put it into the production unless the user tests it. The user has to be notified. If you have to move anything to the production, the user has to be notified, and the user should provide us the approval. He provides the approval after his testing in the quality environment. Okay. Once the user approval is given, that solution creation or a modification will be moved to the production. So in production, once it is moved and what it is ready to be used by the client. So be it a issue or CR change request or the initial configuration, everything has the same process. In development, you create a solution, okay, and you test it from your end and move the solution to the quality, ask the user to test it and provide the approval and move it to the production so that user will rerun the case and close the ticket. So the consultants will have these 3 clients added. Users normally they need only these 2 clients, okay, quality client and the production client on their desktop. They don't do anything in the development normally. They don't have anything to do in the development. So they access only the quality environment and production environment. But the consultants should have a development, quality, production, all the servers added on their level 1. This is not a complete landscape. Landscape is what I explained based on this. Look at this. I'm talking about one server now. Okay? One development server or one quality server or one production server. I'm talking about one server. SAP server. Okay, I'm not sure how the NGS landscape is, but this is the landscape that I have worked on in my experience. Based on that, I'm explaining it. So as I mentioned, there are various ways of using the servers and the clients in SAP. Okay, it might be slightly relevant to your process as well, but let's see. See, this is a development database and this is the application server. So this is basically the user screen. Okay, when the user clicks on log on, select the server and clicks on log on, then it will first ask you the client and the user ID and password. So client is what is our point of discussion now. The client is what is our point of discussion. The client is a 3-digit numeric code, guys. Client is a 3-digit numeric code. Okay. So the client is the definition of the client is it is a independent data unit within the server where customer specific data is placed. Customer specific data is placed, and this point is enough. Customer specific data is placed. Okay. So all the countries of the customer, all the departments and countries of the customer. If the customer is MNC, it has 20 countries. All the country solutions are implemented in the same client. So irrespective of the number of departments and the number of countries, one customer solution can be implemented in one client. So what is a client? A client is like a folder in your drive. Like for example, I compare this, I'm not sure whether it is right comparison. To keep it simple, I'm explaining it. See, assume this is a server. Okay, it has a 120 GB database. When I click on it, you see the folders. Okay, you see the folders. Why do we create these folders? When I create a folder initially, it occupies 0 byte database. But when I start putting the files into the folder, dynamically memory is allocated, right? For the folders. So with a maximum limit of 120 GB. So why do we create folders? First thing, we can keep different types of documents into the different folders. Second thing, I can keep one version of the document in one folder, the second version of the document in the second folder. For example, can I keep same document with the same file type, with the same file name in the same folder again? Is it possible? Suppose I'm placing a Word document with the name XYZ. Can I have a XYZ without any extension with the same file type, with the same name in the same folder? Is it possible? No, right? So you create another folder, then only you can keep the same document, copy of the same document in another folder. Yeah, okay. So basically the point is the document that you maintain in one folder cannot be accessed from other folder. Okay. So I can keep a specific type of documents in one folder, another type of documents in another folder. I can even give a user restrictions based on the folder. Am I right? If I want one user to access the folder, I can give a access. If I want to restrict one user to access the folder, I can restrict it. Yes or no? By creating the folders. Okay. Similarly, the SAP client, okay, is like a folder within the server. Okay. It uses the same database. It uses the same database. One client is dedicated for one customer. One customer. See, for example, if I have to process the payrolls of various customers. For example, there is a X company, there is a Y company, there is a Z company. They outsourced their payroll to me. So my company is like a payroll outsourcing company. I mean, I handle the payrolls of various customers, so I generate a revenue out of it. So how many servers do I need to buy? I don't need to buy 3 servers. One server is enough. Okay. So what I would do is I create a client here. I create a client. I name it as a 3-digit number. I name it as 100. I name it as a 200. I name it as a 300. 300 clients. Okay. And I dedicate 100 to the X company. X company has a 10 countries or 20 countries, irrespective of the number of countries and the number of departments. And 200 to my Y company and 300 to Z company. Right? So I have one server divided into 3 different clients. Okay, and each client I dedicated to the different customer. Okay, different customer. So now X company employees and X company, their business data, they will be able to upload it into 100. So I'll give a user ID passwords. User data is a client data. The user's data is a client specific data in SAP. So there is a separate user ID and password. I'll share it to them. So they'll be able to log into the X company users and upload the data into a separate user ID and password created for 200 client. Give it to the Y company users so that they can upload the data into the same server. Okay. So is Z company. Where is the data stored? See, this X company has a employees, employee number 1, employee number 2, employee number 3. Okay, X company. And Y company also may have a same employee number. See, this is not an exact case, guys, but just I want to explain you what is a client, so I'm taking this example. Y company also will have employee number 1, employee number 2, employee number 3. So Z company also has employee number 1, employee number 2, employee number 3. In the database, there is a one table where the employee data is loaded. There is a one table where the data is loaded. Can I have 3 employees with the same employee ID in the same system? Is that possible? Can I have 3 employees with the same employee ID in the database table, same table? No, because employee ID is a unique one. So what happens? So when this company users log into the system with the client number 100 and upload the data, their data is passed through the applications. The applications are client independent applications, or you can say cross client applications. Okay. So when the users upload their employees data in 100 client, The applications read the data and it sees, this application says, okay, this data is coming from 100 client. Then in this client employee table, guys, in the database employee table, the first column is a client number. So employee data is stored in the database table with a client number as a prefix, like 100 employee number 1, 100 employee number 2. Now is there a collision of the data? When the user login, this user login into the 200 client and maintain their own employees. This application sees, okay, the request is coming from 200, data also coming from 200. So send the data to the same employee database table with the 200 as a client prefix. Okay, so 201, 200. So is there a collision of the data? No, right? Now, while retrieving the data, can we access, by logging into 100 client, can we access the data of the 200 client? No. The reason is, let's say there is a button here. There is a button over here in this client, in this screen. Get me employees. Here also that button appears. Get me employees list. Here also that button appears. Get me employees list. So the user in 100 client click on this button. It goes to the respective program. This program says, okay, the request is coming from which client? 100 client. With this client ID, it goes to the table and get the employees data loaded with the 100 as a prefix. It cannot access the data loaded with other clients. So the users of this client can access their own employees. They cannot access the employees of other clients. Clear? So that's how the client concept is used in SAP server. So I have one development server, create 3 clients. I have one quality server, create 3 clients. I have one production server, create 3 clients. Okay? Clear? So if I have 100 clients, again I don't need to buy again one more server. I can create clients, maximum 3-digit number means 9999. 999. 300, these many clients I can create. Unless there is a performance issue, I don't need to buy another server. Okay, so this server can be used in this way. The client concept can be used in this method. This is one of the way how the client concept can be used. The client in the system. When I say client, don't think this is a customer. Okay, client means it's a data unit in the server. So another way of using this. So they create a client in the development environment. They create 3 clients. So they name it as a development client. Sorry. This is another way of using the client concept. Suppose there is a company called XYZ. There is a company, take this company X only. They don't want to outsource their payroll to my company. So they want to implement SAP in their own servers so that they can implement finance. They can implement sales. They can implement HR payroll, everything on their premises in their own servers. Okay, then, so the server concept is used in a different way. In this way, 100 is the golden client. We call it as a development client. This is, let's say 200 or 210 or whatever the number is, unit testing client. Okay, they give us another client for the sandbox, like individual learning. It's like a playground where you will have unrestricted access. You can create dummy solutions and test, and you can use this for your individual learning. Okay, so this is how the clients are created. So the development is the client where the only client in the entire landscape solution is created, okay, modified. All other clients in the quality server, production server, development server, all other clients are just grayed out. You will not have access. You will not have access to the solution design. The only client where you can access the solution or customize the solution is development client. So now you understood the server and client concept. I'll show you the landscape system. You understood what is a client now. Any client specific data has to be loaded in the client specific tables. Any application level changes, program level changes are loaded in application layer, application central repository. Okay. See, it's like simple. It's like I'm writing a program. This program is for screen design, like a screen program. Okay. And in this screen, I created three fields, A, B, C. Okay. Automatically, the moment this program is created in an application server, an application layer, not server, this screen is available in all the clients, here and then here and then here, because the applications are built where application layer level, which is cross client. Okay, so in this screen is common for all the clients now. Now the client data is client specific. Okay, so what client does? There is a field here, field A. There is a field here, field B, and there is a button here, calculate. There is a field here, field C, which is grayed out, result field. This is how the screen is designed. The screen is applied to the user. Now the user gives a value in the A field, gives a B value in the B field, and click on calculate. Then the moment he clicks on calculate, we write a program for this accordingly. Where here the program is C equal to A plus B. So this program get activated the moment user click on this button, calculate button. Then it gives a result. Where? In the output field. And then when he clicks on save, then the A value, B value, C value is taken from the screen, pass it to the table. In this table, the request is coming from 100, A value 5, 100, B value 6, 100, C value 11. That's how the data gets stored. Okay. So when they create a screen and a program, the same screen appears here. The same program is used here. It's just the data that we are placing here is client specific. But applications are cross-client applications. Is that clear? So basically, when web programs are built, they are stored in the central repository over here. They are by default cross-client or a client-dependent application. Okay. The reason why SAP has approached this method, for example, the X company, Y company, and Z company, all are, let's say, having a business in India. They have a payroll for Indian employees. Now, is that the way the tax is calculated is different among this company and this company is this company? When these three companies belong to India, it is same, right? So the program is same. The program that calculates the tax is here. Then what is client specific? They have their own earnings. This client has its own earnings. Each client has its own earnings. Based on their earnings, the tax is calculated. And the way the Form 16 is printed is same. So is it a client specific? Form 16 layout is the Form 16 tax form, year-end tax form for all the clients who belong to the same country. Is it different from company to company? The layout of the tax form is it different from company to company when it is a government form, and when all these companies are belonging to the same country, same, right? So should it be a client specific program or client independent program? So the applications are the programs and the above objects normally created are not client dependent by default unless they restrict it in the program level. The screens, the forms, the reports, the interfaces, okay, the other objects which are designed in the program by developers are by default client independent. If that program should be accessible in only one client, they can put some controls in the initialization of the programs. Okay, if the request is coming from so and so client, do not allow, error out. So they can put this client specific controls. Okay, But otherwise, by default, these are client independent applications. Okay. Now, I will tell you one landscape that I have worked on, and the same landscape is used most of the times. So this is a development server, quality, and production environment. Now I'm not talking about the database and the applications. I'm talking about the clients. Development client, unit testing client, sandbox client, end user training client, UAT or CAT client, pilot testing client, production backup. So there are two screens here. There are two screens in every client. Okay. So this is where the solution design. This is the only client. I name it like the basis team. That means name it like a development client or golden client. This is, let's say they say not 5. This is, let's say, some 990 sandbox. Random numbers. Okay. These are random numbers. So this is the only place where we can design a solution. Okay. So this is a solution screen, the solution designing screen. So why this is grayed out? You will not have access, okay, to the solution designing screen. But where do you have access to the solution designing screen?
Development, as you can see, development sandbox.
Exactly. So this is where the only client where the solution is designed. Solution design, solution creation, solution modifications. But how do you test it? So the front end here is where we use, this is the front end screen, the user screen. That's where the business transactions are executed. So this is the screen we normally use for testing. So which is editable if you see any server, any client. Okay. So once the solution design is done, we transport this to the unit testing client and enter the dummy data and then test it. Like an end user, enter the dummy data and then test it. Something is not working. If you have to change the configuration, go back to the development client, change it and move it, retest it. So this cycle repeated until the testing is completed. Okay. Once the solution you think is working fine, then transport to quality server. Solution is available. Now you give a training to the user by logging into the system, entering dummy data. So this is how we hire an employee. This is how we maintain payments and deductions to the employees. Okay, like this. And then the user UAT, CAT. So they test, they maintain a test data and then test everything here. Every scenario is tested here. Okay. If something is not working, then they raise an incident. Okay. And notifications come to your inbox saying you received so and so ticket from so and so consultant, user. Then you log in into the quality and then see what is the reason for the issue. If it is a config issue, go to the development and then test it for your end, move it to the quality servers. You can move all at once or you can move client by client. It depends on the landscape system strategy. Okay. So this cycle will be repeated until the final scenario is tested and confirms by the end user. Okay. Then again, parallel testing. In a parallel testing, any issue is identified and which requires a country correction. Same development, you test it from your end, move it to the quality environment. Once he gives a sign off, once the user gives a sign off, then all the corrections that you have done so far are moved initial configuration and initial corrections. The initial configuration and corrections, everything is moved to production environment. So where is the corrected solution? In development and golden client only, right? We are using all these clients to increase the quality of the golden client. Okay. So this is the landscape, not just for HR. This is a landscape must be followed by every functional consultant part of this implementation, like HR, finance, sales, for everyone. This is a golden client. This is a unit testing client. This is a end user training UAT pilot testing. It's not like HR one client, finance another client. SAP solution itself an integrated solution, right? So you have to have all the modules in all the countries in one client. So the landscape is not a HR specific, it's the client specific, the customer specific. So all the module consultants have to follow this landscape system strategy. This strategy is designed by the basis team. They prepare this document and send it across to every consultant. In this development client server, these are the clients. This client is used for this thing. In this quality, these are the clients. Each quality, each client is used for this purpose. If you want to move the data to the quality, these are the approvals you need to take. Every point is clearly mentioned in the landscape system strategy document. Okay. Nobody look at this document generally, but there has to be a landscape system document design prepared by the basis team, shared to every consultant in the implementation. Okay. So the replication of the solution is done using a mechanism called transport request. Okay. So you guys are knowing the transport request anyway, or else I will explain that in the system when I start showing you a navigation path.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the purpose of the payroll results? RT, cluster in SAP HCM payroll. Option A, to store employee time data. Option B, to store employee payroll results. Option C, to store employee tax information. Option D, to store payroll rules and configurations. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, ready to master SAP HCM US and Canada payroll? Our course has got you covered. You can learn at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, you will dive deep into SAP HCM US and Canada payroll. It's like a Swiss Army knife for managing employee pay, making sure everyone gets what they are owed on time. We cover it all, from the basics to some pretty nifty tricks. Our instructors are seasoned pros and experts in their field. These pros have been at it for years and are here to guide you every step of the way. Got questions? They have got answers. And guess what? Our students love the course too. Folks just like you have found it incredibly useful. The best part? It's budget friendly. You won't break the bank with this awesome opportunity to level up your skills. Ready to become a SAP HCM US and Canada payroll whiz? Sign up now. For more info, head to ZaranTech's website.
The first one, navigation. This is not NVA. I just named it as like this. So this is a system access given to you guys. You can log in with the system. Let me test my credentials. Okay, it's working. I'll show you. So once if you have a logon pad available, okay, so they'll give you the system details. So what you can do is on this logon pad there is a new item. Go to this new item and click on enter. So this is where you need to mention the application server ID, IP address, the system ID, the system number, and the description is your choice. You can give any name to it. For example, training. Okay, training server, and then click on next, next, next. That's all. That's all you need to do. So once you click on that, next, next, automatically you will see the connection added here, like this one. Okay, so you can log on, select that, click on log on, select that, right click, log on, or the third way, double click on it. Okay, double click on it. So you add this exactly like this, IDES dot expertsoft dot in. This is important. The system number is system ID is important. Both, I mean, all the three fields are important. So once you add these details, you give your own name to it, say OK. So then to log in into the system, the IDES stands for the International Demo Education System. Generally, when SAP is installed, SAP software with IDES, SAP software without IDES. It can be installed in both the ways. When SAP software with IDES installed, these clients are by default available. These clients are default available. These three clients, as a functional consultant, we are not going to access them. Okay, and we are not responsible for this. We are not authorized to access these three clients. Okay, so without IDES, only these three clients available. So basically, any client number between 800 to 899 is called demo clients. These are demo clients. These demo clients usually have the SAP demo company implementations and the best practices configured already, and the dummy employees already existed in the demo clients. Okay, so you can make use of the existing this demo configuration for your testing purposes and for your learning purposes, or you can create your own company and then customize and then do the testing. So this IDES is only for learning. This IDES clients are only for learning. Okay, so I think you got access to this one. So the server that you are accessing is with the SAP with IDES. The base system normally creates a client in the server by copying the application data from 000. They have a 3-4 transactions they execute. Okay, so this, for example, they want to create a client number 100 for the golden client in a development server. What they do is they copy it from 000 and create a client and they name it as a golden client. Clear? So this is used as a template for copying and creating other custom clients, customer specific clients. This is again used by the base system for system maintenance, performance monitoring purposes. And this client is called early watch client, which is accessed by SAP, maybe for audit purpose, or if they want to check some application as a part of an issue, they can log in into this client and then they do their research in it. I mean, not in the research, the analysis. So these three clients are by default available when the software is installed in the system. And we will never access, as a functional consultant, we will never access these clients. So when the base system creates the landscape strategy, so they create these clients, development client, they name it like 110 unit testing client. I'm just picking the random numbers. They may give you one IDES client access for your learning purpose or a sandbox access. Either IDES client or sandbox client, for example, 990. Some number, one client, dedicated client for your learning. If it is IDES, then 800 will do. They don't need to create a separate client for the sandbox. If it is non-IDS, then they create one custom client, name it as a sandbox. Your user ID will have a unrestricted access, unlimited access, so that you can play around and learn the things. It is only a dummy data. So these clients are copied from 000 client. The data application data is copied from 000 client. Okay. So the user ID password. Once you know the landscape strategy of your client, let's say there is a client assigned to you. I mean, there is a customer, there is a project assigned to you. Okay. So XYZ private limited company, you are responsible for, be it a support or implementation. Okay. You need to know the server details and the client details and which client is for which purpose. Okay. So that is from the landscape system strategy document. Okay. You will understand that. And based on that, you raise a request to get a user credentials created for each client that you're supposed to access. That request goes to your manager and he approves it. Then it goes to the admins, SAP basis team. They log in with their user ID password in the client and then create user ID password for you. And they map your personal information like mail ID, contact number, etc. to that user ID. Okay. So as soon as they create a user ID and password, you will receive a mail, automatic mail reply saying in the system, this is the user ID and this is your password. In the system, in this client, because the user ID and password is a very much client specific data, is a client dependent data. So for every client that you are accessing in the server, you will have a separate user ID and password. Of course, the username they keep same so that you will be able to remember it. It doesn't mean that you are using the same user ID for all the clients. The user ID is completely client dependent data. The user ID and password is completely. So for every client, there has to be a separate user ID password. I mean, separate credentials are required. So which is created by base system and communicated to you with the default password. Okay. So this is the user data. The client number. So what server? The client. The user ID. And the default password is shared to you in a mail. The user ID is normally not case sensitive, but the password is a case sensitive. The password policies are different from customer to customer. At least one alphabet capital letter is mandatory, at least one number should be there in the password, one special character should be there in the password. This is the password policy. Okay, it is set up based on their configuration, I mean their naming. So with that, you go to the server and click on log on. Select the server and click on log on. Okay. So it will ask you the client number, which client are you accessing? Okay. Which clients are you accessing? Which client you are logging into? Then user ID and password. My user ID is this one, HCM test. And I created my own password. Okay. You can change the password anytime. When you log in with your default password, when you log in with your default password, it will ask you for the first time, it will ask you to keep your own password. So you type the password twice. Okay. Anytime you want to change the password, click on new password. Okay. So once in a day you can change the password. Only once in a day you can change the password. Okay. The first screen that you will be landed in is a SAP Easy Access screen. It is a SAP Easy Access screen, or else you will see a screen like this for the first time. Okay. So then you need to click on Start Easy Access, SAP Easy Access screen. Okay. SAP Easy Access screen. So when you log in into the system, the first screen that you will see is a Easy Access screen. The second screen that I'm going to show you today is Implementation Guide. Okay. Implementation Guide screen. So this is the easy access screen is where the users, the client side users run day-to-day business transactions that they are responsible for. For example, payroll admin. He maintains the payments and deductions, okay? And he runs the payroll, prints a pay slip, he generates a bank file or a checks, and send the amount to the post in accounts. So these are the payroll admin activities. Time admin activities are what? Time user activities, taking care of attendances, absences, okay, and running a time evaluation means calculation, okay, running the time reports and keeping the time reports. So this is a time admin job. And the P admin job, employee data admin, any employment data changes. For example, if some address of the employee is changed, if, for example, ESS is not provided, or there is an employment event like promoting an employee, organization transferring an employee, shifting him to the another company code. This kind of data changes are done by the person who is responsible for employee data. We call it as a personal administrator. So it is not just for a HR, okay, but this screen is for HR, finance. You name any users, okay, they run their day-to-day business transactions here. They run their day-to-day business transactions, okay. So running a day-to-day business transactions in the system means what? Maintaining the data, respective data. Technically, it is a data maintenance. It is either a data maintenance, okay, or data retrieval. That's it, right? Technically, everything is you take the data and you maintain it in the system. And when you want to retrieve it, you will retrieve it. So that's what the users do. So the business transactions technically from SAP point of view is it is a data maintenance. Okay. So day-to-day business transaction data is maintained by the respective administrators. So when it is a HR admin, employee data, applicant data, departmental data, position data, and the job data, etc. This is the data that is managed by the HR admins. When it comes to the finance, the general ledgers, cost centers, okay, vendor management, etc. The balance sheet, all this, I mean, they have their own activities, cost planning, budgeting, accounting, controlling, all this, okay. So this is what they do on day-to-day in day-to-day business transactions. Material data. Material management administrators, they handle materials. The material that the company purchase or the materials that the company sell out. Clear? So both the materials and their units, prices, and the materials are purchased from which vendors, okay, and the materials are sold to which customers. So these details are captured in the material management. Similarly, the sale ID and items, okay, the number of items sold and the units of price and the total. This is the sales details are captured by the sale administrators, end users. Customer details. So this is what the data handling by the administrators. Okay, the end users work on the front end easy access screen. This is a screen they use for their day-to-day business activities of the organization. Okay, so this screen is where the main data, which I'm going to explain you, the master data and transaction data is managed. Everything that we perform in this screen is called execution of a transaction. Technical name, it is an activity for the end user, but in the system, execution of a transaction. Every transaction is application, right? So there is a program written in the background. It's an application, but the user see it as an activity screen or a table or a report like this. But backend it is a program. So these are transactions. The set of transactions are created in a folders. The set of transactions, related transactions are created in a folders. You can expand the folders. Okay, you can expand the folders. The transactions grouped as a folders here. You can expand time admin folders. Expand. Okay. So this folder contains the transactions. Okay. So these transactions are used. These transactions are used to perform business activity. I want to maintain the time data. Then double click on it. It takes me to the screen. That's why I maintain employee time data, day-to-day time data. Clear? So these are called transactions. You don't see it as a folder, and you don't see even arrow mark over here. Okay? So these are called transactions. So every user in production system will not be able to access every transaction over here. They are restricted to their own activities. Time admin cannot access payroll transactions. Payroll admin cannot access time transactions. Clear? So it is restricted with the user ID. That is the main purpose of having a user ID and password, right? Why user ID and password is required? Each user role is different in the system. So the user ID should be given with the permissions accordingly, right? So this user ID, when they create a user ID, they assign respective authorizations to that user ID, so that authorizations only permitted to the user. So if he goes to some other node in trying to access, it says you are not authorized. It's because the ERP system, the data must be secured. There must be a high level security here. And SAP has given such a functionality with as a separate module called security module. They take care of these authorizations and permissions and the roles concerned. Depending on the role of the user, they grant the permissions. Okay, they grant the permissions. When you are in a sandbox or IDS, you will have a role called SAP_all, means unrestricted access. Okay, because it's not a real-time server, it's a demo server. So you are able to access everything that you see here, but not in real-time production systems. In a real-time production systems, the access is at a high level restricted. Okay. So is this clear so far? These transactions have a technical names as a prefix over here, which are not displayed right now. You can make them displayed. Extras, you see extras, settings. Display their technical names. Display their technical names. So if you click on OK, now you go to the same application, time management, admin, time data. So earlier you see only maintain. The PA61, PA51, PA71 are hidden. So what is the significance of this technical name? These technical names are called transaction codes. These technical names are transaction codes. Transaction codes. So to execute a transaction, there are three ways. One way, go by navigation path like this. You need to remember the path like this. Okay. Double click on it, go to application. Another way, take this name. If you remember this name, there is a field over here. You see this field is called command bar. That name, transaction code, you need to give it here, the transaction code. When you give the transaction code, you get into the same screen. So that is the advantage of a transaction code. So this is the icon to go back to the previous. So every application that we are accessing from the easy access screen has a transaction code. Every application has a transaction. Yeah. So certain transactions that you use regularly, Generally, every user will not use more than 20 transaction codes, at the max 20. So obviously we remember them. Okay. So instead of navigating it, if you remember the transaction code, for example, I want to maintain employee data. I know the transaction code P30, I can go there. If not, if you don't remember the T code, you need to know the path. Okay. Otherwise, if this is a transaction that you use regularly, the third method is add to favorites. Okay, add to favorites so that it appears here. Clear? So, for example, I also want this one because I use regularly. I add to favorites. So, all the list of transactions that we are using day-to-day basis, we keep them here. So, the moment you log in, you will see your transactions or applications attached here. Double click on it. So, this is the third way. So, these applications can be accessible in many ways. When these are hidden, don't worry about them. You can activate them here. Okay. Transaction codes are not appeared. You can make them displayed. So this screen can be divided into different parts. I'll explain one by one. Okay. The first one, main menu bar. This menu bar contains what? The actions that we can perform on the application area. For example, assume it is a Word document. The Word document or an Excel sheet. You will have a menu over there, right? In an Excel sheet. So that menu contains the list of a set of activities that actions you can perform on the Word document, right? Similarly, this screen is also same. It has a set of actions that you can perform on this menu. Right now, the menu that is displayed, okay, you see there are several actions here. All actions are not relevant to us, okay. So I'll be explaining the actions that are relevant to us. Like just now I explained settings. Slowly we will learn the actions that are relevant for us. Okay. So don't worry about the actions that I'm ignoring here. So certain actions are not related to us. Okay. So here this menu is different from the screen to screen. It depends on the application that you are accessing. For example, if you go to this P30, you see a different menu over here. So it has actions that you can perform on the screen. For example, you want to create a employee previous employee details, then you select it and click on create like this. These are the actions that you can perform on the screen. Every menu contains the system and help. Okay, generally these two menus will be there in every screen. Okay, if you go to the system, again, all actions are not relevant to us. Some of the actions I'm going to show you that are relevant to us here. Open new page. We already opened one page, one easy access screen. Okay, go to system, open a new page. So now we have 2 pages. Okay, go to system, 3, 4, 5, 6 pages you can open at a time. So maximum number of pages that you can open 6. If you want to close any page, close it here or close it here or close it here. Right side corner. Okay, any page can be closed. When you close the last page, that means that is log off. Okay, or else you can go to this, click on log off from the client. If you click on S, all the pages are closed. You will be logged off from the client and the system. Okay, so for now, focus on only these 3 actions. Next, help. Okay, generally I use either this SAP library or SAP Service Marketplace. It takes us to the customer service portal if the link is connected in the backend. So this is where I told you yesterday the release information, SAP new releases, SAP notes, and the support pack information you will see over here. You have to have a user ID and password, which is a SID, service user ID and password, okay, to access anything here. So you see the product related details, schedules, and the software component downloads, and application documentation. Okay, the user licenses, many things are here. And this is where we can get an information on the notes. Okay, note assistance. Did I log in? No, I logged in. My user ID and password already maintained there. So I search for a note. So where is the search area? This is not notes. This is a knowledge database. So we can search the note information here. Okay, it connects to the SAP service.sap.com. We should have a SID to log into this SID. So it comes with a license. Okay, it comes with a license. The client who purchases the license from SAP is also given with the SID, user ID, and password. So through this portal, the support is provided. And the next thing that I use here in this screen is SAP library, and very useful one. And this is where I have learned almost 80 to 90% of the knowledge that I have is from this library. And whenever I get a free time, I try to access this library. And whenever I'm assigned with a new country, okay, I go to this library and then I search this one. It takes you to the help.sap.com. I have a link already maintained here. Very useful one to learn about a country and country specific topics. Payroll. So when a new country is assigned, this is where I go. I go to that country and then read the documentation of this country. So it explains all country specific scenarios. And you can even download this data um, into the PDF file. For example, some topic, right? I want to download this information, and I'll create a folder so that I can refer these documents anytime. So you have an option over here, create a custom PDF. So you select the topic that you want. So this is a very good source of learning. Okay, you can download this PDF onto your desktop. So very useful link this is. It is connected to your servers in real time. It takes you to that link. And the note information, this is normally used by the basis team. As I said, you don't need to worry about many options that are displayed over here. And then the standard toolbar. The standard toolbar. So this is equal to enter. Suppose you enter a transaction code here. You can use a keyboard enter or use this enter, both are fine. Okay. You can hide and display. You can see the transactions that I've used previously, the last 15 transactions. And save button, it is not highlighted because there is nothing to save in the screen. If there is something to save in the screen, then it is highlighted. For example, I don't know if employees are there here or not. For example, I go to employee some table, employment details table. Then it is highlighted, you see, which means what? You can maintain something and then save it. Forget about what screen I'm accessing. You just focus on these icons that I'm telling you. The screens and all we are going to learn. And this is go to the previous page where you come from. Okay, F3. And exit the screen. Go to the home screen directly. Cancel. You are doing something and you want to stop in the middle. You can cancel it. Print it. Suppose you are printing a form, payslip for example. You want to give it to your printer, which is connected on your local area. Okay, not application area, application server area, client area, or can be connected. Default things can be connected. You can print it. It will ask you to choose the printer. You can give a printer name and then click on OK. It goes to the printer on your local area, work area. This is to find an application. Find application. For example, I want to search for change shift plan. Not in a technical names, in a text. See, you'll go there. And you know the transaction code, for example, but you don't know the path. Search in technical names. It will take you. Clear? Now, this is like a page navigation. For example, you are reading a document which has a 10 pages over here in the work area. Okay. You want to go to very first page, previous page, next page, the last page. Okay, navigation, simple. This is again, new GA window is given as icon here, like this. You can create pages. It is not useful icon, guys. You can create a shortcut on desktop. So why unnecessary creating the shortcut on desktop? You can directly log into SAP and then access any application, right? Why should we add this application on your desktop? Again, it will ask you username and password if you are not logged in already. So it's the same, right? Why should we keep it on a desktop? So don't worry about this. And this is again one useful icon, very useful icon. And I prefer this icon many times. SAP is a one software, guys. It is built a software which has a field level documentation, a field based documentation. For example, not every application has this feature. For example, if you go to any field, you want to know about this field personal number. Keep the cursor here, click on help. It explains you what is this field. Okay. Keep the cursor here. What is info tab? Click on F1. Either click on this icon or right click F1. Okay. So it takes you to the documentation. What is the info tab? So 80 to 90% of the fields are given with the documentations. It's a very good feature. Okay. So when you are learning about a table, the table contains the fields and columns, right? Columns. You keep the cursor in the column and click on document. It will explain you what is that column for. How can you make use of that column? Okay. It has given that help in the documentation so that if anyone with a base level knowledge can explore the applications on their own. So one should get that base level knowledge which will help you to explore the things on your own. In SAP, all that we need is how to explore some things on the scenarios on our own. That's what we need to learn mainly, not the individual topic. Okay. So by the time of this, by the time we complete this course, you should learn how to explore the things on your own. Okay, not individual topics. So these individual topics is like a base. Okay, we are not going to configure them, configure these individual topics as it is. No two clients will have the same requirements. No two clients have the same complex scenarios. Every time you are assigned with a new customer, there is always something that you need to learn newly and implement it. So that is possible when you have a base level knowledge. When you need to have a right base level knowledge so that you will be able to explore it on your own and implement the scenario. So if I want to know about a subtype, just click on it. It will give you at 1 line, 2 line, 3 line, a 4 line documentation. Okay. This one is individual layout. The screen layout you can customize according to your comfortability. For example, I want to change the color of the screen here. These are the available colors. Okay. Font size, you can change the font according to your comfortability. Okay. Themes, yeah. This is the SAP signature theme we are accessing right now. Suppose if I change the theme, the screen looks like this. For example, if I apply it and open another page, you see.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a standard payroll period in SAP HCM payroll? Option A, monthly. Option B, semi-monthly. Option C, bi-weekly. Option D, quarterly. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section.
The change takes effect for the new sessions and after the restarting the login, okay. But new session, it should work. Yeah. The color is working, but the theme is not working. So anyways, you can change the font size and the color background and the themes here. And there are certain things we again access here. For example, display keys and all. I'll show you when it comes to that scenario. Okay. Yeah, I'll set it back. I'm comfortable with the standard signature color. The next one is the title bar. Okay. It contains the name of the title, name of the screen, and which is the standard SAP title for SAP applications, standard SAP applications. For a custom applications, it is a customer choice how they want the title. If it is a front-end application that is used by the customer, then the name of the title, name of the application is a customer choice. So it is a developer task who builds the application, they also build the title, okay, for the application. Clear? So when these applications are built, they are assigned with the transaction codes. That transaction codes are with the Z transaction codes. If the T code is starting, transaction is starting with the Z, that is something which is built by the customer, not by SAP. Okay, the SAP transaction codes normally start with A to X. Okay, generally the Y and Z are used for the customer ranges. Z is mainly used for the customer range. So if any application starting with the Z here, okay, then that can be identified. You need to identify that as a custom application. So if it is a user executed application, definitely that application is associated with the transaction code, and then you can add the T code here, insert a transaction code, and maintain the transaction code over here. Yeah, so that it is available as a one of the menu item here. So end user no need to remember the transaction code the moment it is added to the favorites. Like if I know the transaction code, for example, I want to insert a transaction, payroll driver. Okay, like this, the custom transactions also can be added over here. So this title bar is fixed for the standard applications. To the custom applications, it is a customer choice to the screens that they see. Okay. The next bar is application toolbar. It contains the icons. Generally, these icons are not new. These are basically the actions that are there in the menu. The regularly used actions in the menu are given as icons here. For example, if you see, what is it? SAP menu. You will see it here. Okay. What is this icon? SAP Business Workplace. You will see it here. So some of the actions that we regularly use are listed as icons over here. Okay. If you go to any application, for example, create, change, display, all this, right? You will find them here. And their shortcut keys. Okay. And their shortcut keys. Clear? So we need to focus on these icons that are displayed here. I'm going to explain you in a while once we complete the screen explanation. So this is the work area. Okay. So when you get into the application, it will show you the screen of that application. So where you perform your own activities. For example, you go to. So this is basically the work area and the title. Okay. And these are the transactions, business transactions, and some of the transactions user authorized, some of other transactions are not authorized. Okay. And the last one here is a status bar. Okay. The system responses you can see here. The system responses you can see here. Okay. And also the system information you can see here. System responses, guys, generally you can identify them based on colors. Suppose red color indicates error. So unless we fix it, we will not be able to move execute application. Okay, let me show you. Okay, here. When I click on this, it gives me a red colored message. What does it say? Fill out all required entry fields. Then only you can execute this application. More information on this error, double click on it. It will explain you the information. The most possible reason for the error, okay, and the system response, the procedure to rectify it. And the solution it is providing is not always correct, but most of the times this is correct. The possible solution for the error, SAP gives us here when you click on that error message. Okay, and so you definitely, unless you fix the thing here, you will not be able to execute this application. Next, yellow color response. It possibly may be a mistake. Okay, it wants, the system wants us. The system wants us. So it's a warning, which can be ignored by enter. Click on enter. Okay, you can move further and you can execute application. And the gray color messages, information messages. Okay, you can ignore them, like I can ignore it by clicking on enter again and execute application. Green color, success messages. Okay, success messages. For example, see, I'm deleting some data here. Address. There is an address. I don't know if I can delete it now. No, it is not allowing us to delete. For example, I will use 0105. I'm deleting it. You see, the action successfully performed. When the action successfully performed, it gives a green color message. If it doesn't give us, and we are confused whether it is deleted or not, we are not sure. When it gives us, it gives that message only that action completed. Okay, so this is where the messages are appeared. Okay, for more information, you can click on, double click on that messages. If explanation is provided, it appears, the screen appears with a proper explanation. Okay, and here, this is the system information. Sorry, this is the system information. What is the system that we are accessing? Client we are accessing, and the user ID we are accessing with. Every screen is a program in the background. Okay, every screen is a program in the background. So this program name, and if it is associated with the transaction code, or we logged in into this screen using a transaction code, the transaction code appears here. This is the response times. Okay, so always you better display the system ID and the client ID so that you will be sure about the server you are working. Sometimes you think you are in quality, but you are actually changing the data in the production system. So because the screen is same, the applications are same. Okay, so you will see the same screen. You don't see any difference unless you see its client number and the system name. Or else, as I said, keep different colors for different environments. Keep development, gold color, quality, green color, production, or some other color. So the moment you see the color of the screen, you will be able to recognize it. It is one of the useful feature we can use. Okay, this is about the screen. And here, remember these icons. Create a new record, employee record. For example, this employee, I want to create some details of this employee. For example, some details here. I select that record and click on create. Record is not allowed. Let's say attendance of this employee. No attendance is an absence exists for this employee. All right. I'm creating a casual leave for this employee. That is a create button from here to here. The casual leave is applied by employee from this date to this date and save it. Then if you want to change the dates, correct the dates that are entered wrong, go to change. If the record is already created and you are making a corrections to it, go to change. If the data already existed, display it. For example, show me the personal information of employee. First name, last name, date of birth, etc. So that's the icon. Focus on these icons, not on the data. Copy and create a new record. Copy and create, the impact is same. Create is like creating a new record from the beginning. Then copy is what? Copying also creating a new record, but by copying the data from the existing record, so that you do not have to maintain the same data again. Okay? So instead of copying, you can use create. But if I want some fields to be copied to a new record, newly created record, we use copy option. Okay? And then delimit. Delimit. You understood the difference? Copy and create. Is it clear? Okay. Both are same. The impact is same. Both are used for creation of a new record. Okay. Delimiting. So generally delimitation is what? Delimiting is a validity delimitation here. The HR data is completely effective date based data. Effective date based. Okay. When employee is leaving the company, certain allowances have to be stopped, delimited to the termination date. The contract info tab has to be delimited to the termination date. The contract details have to be delimited. So if you don't know, the date is created like this. If you don't know the end date of the contract, I create unlimited date. But when you know the actual date of leaving, you delimit, you change this to, for example, employee last working day is May 1st. Okay, then 30. This is called delimitation. Making the changes to the end date and the start date is a delimitation in SAP. Okay, so like restricting the validity of the record. See, when the company, it's not only when the employee leaving, but also when company stops certain pay policies. So far, they are giving as a skill allowance. There is allowance called skill allowance, which is paid regularly, and the customer want to stop it effective from particular date. So the records have to be delimited to the last day valid. Yeah. So that's called validity delimitations. Overview. Show me the list of record created. This is the individual record display. This is the list display. List display. For example, here, individual record, individual screen appears. But list, all records appears as a table. Okay, list display. So basically, the user work on these icons regularly. There is one more icon, locking. Locking. Locking is as good as deletion. It is not shown here. This screen has to be customized actually. They did not keep many input apps here. So I want to lock the data so that it becomes invalid. Invalid in the sense deactivated. Okay, locking. So you will see that log options when you go to that screen here. Not this one. This is a demo data. It is not the data that I have created. It is a demo data. You will see lock and unlock. Means locking a record. This record is not read by any application. It is as good as the record does not exist. As good as record deleted. But why we use the lock symbol? We have a plan of unlocking it again in the future. So if I delete it, I will have to create it again. If I lock it, I don't have to create it again. If I want, I can unlock it. So that is the advantage of locking. Certain cases, I want to delete a record and test it. So instead of deleting a record, you lock the record and test it. If you need it, you can activate the record again. Okay. The lock symbol is appeared here on the screen. Okay. So these are the icons that we normally, the end user normally use for maintaining the data. Okay. This box is called, you see it in OM screen, you see it in employee screen, you see it in applicant screen. This is called object manager. This is useful to search the employees or objects that we are dealing with or the user dealing with. They can search with the names, okay, with other criteria also. If you do not want to see this object manager, hide object manager, okay, hide object manager. So this is navigation again. Yeah, one more thing. You see, what's the difference between the field here and then the field here? There is a symbol over here. It means it's a mandatory field. If you see the symbol in it, we call it as a required field and a field that has to be filled compulsory. Otherwise, you cannot perform any action on the screen. This field is not a optional field, mandatory field. If you click on enter, it will show you fill all required fields. But when you maintain it here, okay, now it doesn't give an error. You can execute directly. Clear? So that is a mandatory field. If you don't fill it, you are unable to execute this. That's the symbol. And this is again, we call it as a radio button. So this is a radio button group. This box is a radio button group. In this, we have two options here. One option must be selected. One option must be selected. Either this or this must be selected. That's what radio button means. Here, either this or this or this. must be selected. Okay. So that's what. When there is a mandatory field with a choice, radio buttons are given. When there is a mandatory field with a choice, radio buttons are given. So these three are in one radio button group. Radio button indicates mandatory option. Okay, mandatory option. Only one at a time, but one is mandatory. It is reverse. Checkboxes are reverse. Like you can select both, unselect both, select one at a time. Checkbox is like optional, guys. Radio button is mandatory. Checkbox is optional. Okay. Generally, the checkboxes are optional. So this is it in this screen. Next one. Yeah, one more icon over here. You see, this symbol is a field help. Not field help, search help. It will show you the list. For example, if I go here, this icon is displayed. It is like a drop down that you need to choose from. The entry you have to choose. Okay, from the list, from the available list. So you cannot maintain your own entry here. 1 minute. 9, 7. I am trying to maintain an entry on my own. What does it say? Does not exist. You need to choose a valid one from the list. Okay, whenever you see this icon is called F4 help. F4 help. Okay, so F4 help means when you click on F4 function key F4, the list appears. Choose from the list and maintain it. There is another way of showing the drop down. Let me show you. This is the drop down. Another way of displaying the drop down in SAP. So here, this is another way of drop down. Another way of showing the drop down. Why drop down is required? Why some fields are drop down? Some fields are like a free text. If you give anything, it will take it. The drop down indicates valid entries, which means the entries which are valid, only maintainable. Any entry which is valid in the list. So we do not want to allow the user to maintain anything other than a particular list. So that list is created in the background table. Once we create that list there, that appears here. So you have to choose from this entry. For example, when you are opening your personal banking portal, there is a nickname field and there is a payee name field, which is a free text field. But there is a IFSC code field. Can you maintain your own IFSC code? Can you maintain IFSC code on your own? No, right? A valid IFSC code only maintainable. Otherwise, you are unable to save the payee name in the banking portal. Am I right? Okay. But the payee name, you give XYZ, it will take it. No validation is required. So dropdown means valid entries. So the value from that list only can be maintained. So these values come from background tables. Where? From this screen. I am this screen. Okay, so we'll come to this point, the IMG screen configuration. Once we are done with the easy access. So these icons, navigation icons, go to the previous record, next record, previous record, next record. So that's it. We are done with the easy access screen. So this screen is used by who? Functional consultants. So what is that they enter here? Configuration data. In other words, it is enterprise data. Okay, enterprise policies, structures data. Okay, the entities information, etc. It is a company's data. It is a company's data, company structures data, and the company policies. This is what we maintain here in the backend configuration. But this company's data is completely associated with the front end objects, be it HR, employee data, applicant data, or departmental data, or GL accounts data, or material data, or the sales data. So every data is associated with the organization's data. Okay, unless we have a organization's data created and maintain it to the front end objects, there is no way of identifying the relation between, for example, employee personal details, employee address information, employee contact information. When I give you this information, can you identify the relation of an employee with the company? When I give you employee personal information, address information, employee company communication information, does it talk about the employment relation with the company? No, right? Can you identify that employee relation with what type of a relation he is having with the company? No, it is more of a personal information. It's only when you maintain the legal entity, the department of an employee, the position of an employee, the employment type of an employee, frequency of an employee, grade and level of an employee, okay, then only we can identify the employee relation. What type of relation does this employee has with the company? So basically, employee data can be categorized into two things, two parts: employee demographic information, employee employment information. Employee employment information is related to what? Enterprise. Yeah, enterprise. So we'll discuss more about that. So configuration data means, okay, enterprise data. So the functional consultant collect this information from the client side users when they interact with the users. As a part of requirement gathering, we collect the information and document it, saying these are the operational areas. These are the locations where this company has operations in, the countries of operation, the grades and levels, and for each grade and level, the pay components applicable, okay, and pay slip format, okay, how is it integrated with the finance? All this is collected. That data is a configuration data or a backend data, backend screen data. How do you go to this screen? How do we go to this screen? Every application is directly accessible from easy access screen. Okay, so you need to give a transaction code to go to IMG screen SPRO. Okay, give it and click on enter. Click on SAP reference IMG. There is a button here. So this is a screen where we design applications. The solution. Like SAP Easy Access screen is not just for HR, it is for every module, right? Okay. Similarly, IMG screen is not just for HR customization. HR customization is a part of it. Here, from here to here. So this is where we do the HR related customizations. sales related customization, material related customization, supply chain management customization, quality. All customizations are here. So the respective consultants work on their configurations here. This is the IMG screen. I'm going to explain you the IMG screen also. Okay. See this. I repeat it how to come to the screen. It's for those who are not familiar with the SAP IMG screen. Give a transaction code SPRO or else add this here. Because it's here anyway. You see tools, customizing, IMG, then you can access this directly right from here. SAP reference IMG, click on SAP reference IMG. So you will see this list of customizing nodes. These are called node, N-O-D-E, IMG nodes. Okay. Front end, those applications are transactions. These are transactions. Back end, these are IMG node, implementation guide node. A node contains a subnodes. Like this arrow symbol indicates it contains subnodes in it. When there is no arrow symbol, that's a node. Every node is a table, customizing table. We call them as a customizing table. How do you go to that node, that table? There is a execute button. You need to click in this button, execute button. Okay, double click on it. Sometimes the table directly open like this. When you click on this execute button, table will be open. So the table is used to maintain the data. The IMG table is used to maintain configuration data, which is a backend data. So this screen is not accessible to the users. Is not accessible to the users. This screen is accessible to only functional consultants. Every node almost is maintained with the documentation again. So if you want to know employee groups, click on this documentation. It will show you what is employee group. Example, what do you do here? Okay, documentation. Every table has a unique table number. Every table has a unique table number. So if you go to this table number, if you go to print, you will see the table here. Okay, clear? So if you go to any table, there is a table number associated here. So it tells us the database table name. It could be a direct database table or a view. We will explain this, we'll discuss this later. So this is a table where the data is getting stored when you save it. Okay. So the consultant job here is maintaining the configuration data in the respective tables given. Configuration means, okay, 50 to 60% configuration means it is maintaining the data in the tables. Tables given. The enterprise data, whose data? Enterprise data. In backend tables, we will never maintain any employee data. We will never maintain any employee data. Employee data is always a front-end data. Applicant data or employee data, this data, non-company specific, company's own data is maintained in the backend data. Okay. Every other thing that you maintain in the front end is a validity based. It is a validity based association with the company. Yeah. So the policies and the company's data and the policies designed in the backend tables. So only when you complete the configuration in a backend table, we will be able to work on easy access. Without completing the configuration, you'll not be able to work on easy access. That's what I said. With just a personal information, address information, dependent details information, you cannot build a relation with the company. You will build a relation with the company only when you maintain employee data. Employment data. Employment data is what? Employment data is company's data. So, without configuring, we will not be able to maintain employee data. You will not be able to maintain material data, sales data, customer data. You have to have a configuration data available in the backend. Okay. So this is a responsibility of functional consultant, and this is a configuration data. Let's discuss more about this data again in another slide. By users. So this is where day-to-day business transactions are executed. So the data that is maintained here is either master data or transactional data. What's the difference? What is the difference, master data and the transaction data? Any guess what is the master data and the transaction data? So master data is constant for some time, not changed frequently. It is basically changed only when certain event occurs, right? Generally, okay? Like employee personal information, the employment information also is a master data. We don't change it frequently unless there is a promotion, there is a transfer, there is a salary increment. It is not something that we change day-to-day basis or period-to-period basis. Okay, it is a constant. So the master data is a constant and not changed frequently. So basically the master data is identified with the ID. Generally, the master data is maintained with the ID and the identified with the ID. So it is a constant, not changing frequently. Transaction data is something that we maintain on day-to-day basis. Employee attendances, absences, payments, and deductions. Okay, these are the transactional data. For example, if it is a CRM, customer service, when someone goes to the shop for the first time, they take a customer information. The moment they save the customer information, ID is generated. Okay, the ID is generated. That ID represents customer information. And when the customer goes to the store every time, the purchases is making or transactional data. The customer information is a master data. So without a master data, we cannot maintain transactional data. If we are using a system, then the master data is mandatory. The master data is stored with ID. That's what employee ID, that's what applicant ID, that's what customer ID, material ID, sale ID, vendor ID. Okay, the ID represents the master data. Similarly, for the finance, vendor is someone who sell the services and products to the company. From the company point of view, the vendor is someone from whom the company buy the goods and services, right? And the company has to pay the amount. So vendor organization information, vendor bank information, vendor communication information, vendor address information is a master data. The product and services the company is buying from the vendor comes under the transactional data. So without creating a vendor in the system, vendor ID, you will not be able to record the transactions. So master data is stored in the master tables. Transactional data is stored in transactional tables. Okay, the master data is a table where the ID is created first. Where the ID is created. When you maintain the master data and click on save, the ID is generated. A unique ID that represents the master data generated here. And with that ID, transactions are created. For example, if the ID is not there, every time if you want to record a transaction, you have to maintain all the details again and again. First name, last name, date of birth, address, and everything again and again. Then it's going to be huge junk in the database. It occupies huge database. If there is a master table, you store all this constant data or repeatedly entered data in a table, identify with an ID. Okay. So when the transactions are to be created, we simply record the transactions with the ID. You don't have to record with the names, addresses, phone numbers again. Just ID in a transaction table. This ID is associated or represents the master data. So in every module, other than HR, finance, sales, material, everywhere, we have master tables in the transaction tables. But in HR, we don't call them as a master table, or we don't call them as a transaction tables. We call them as info tabs. Okay, only in HR you will see the tables where the master data and the transaction data is stored, called info tabs. This is also table with the properties, table properties. But these tables require additional properties. So that's why SAP, instead of creating master table and the transaction table, it has created info tabs. Info tabs also tables where the master data and the transaction data is stored. We call them as info tab tables. Okay, it is represented by a 4-digit numeric code. So that's what when I was maintaining employee data here, address, create address, change address, display address, info tab 002. So this is a table where personal data is stored. Okay, so the two things that the user execute here is either this is what the user activity is. Okay, the HR user activity is what? Maintaining info tabs. So SAP HCM is the topic of info tabs. Every module you are learning in SAP HCM, every sub-module you are learning, you need to start with the info tabs first. Okay, what info tabs are relevant to the module? Okay, so we need to learn the info tabs first. And then maintaining a data info tabs are there. I want management information report. For example, the user wants to retrieve the employees list. Okay, with the details who joined in the last year. It is a report, information report. So this report pull the information from this table. Maintaining the data into info tabs, pulling the data from the reports. So this is what the major job of the users in HR. The users deal with the info tabs and the reports. Clear? Okay. So retrieving information means it can be in any forms. It can be a payslip, it can be a form or a report or a file, it can be anything. Okay. So this is what info tabs are. The HR related master data and the transaction data is maintained in info tabs. Okay. Every HR user work with the info tabs. Next. We'll discuss about info tab in a while. Not transportable. It is not transportable. Okay. Yesterday I showed you only the IMG data is transported from solution configuration data is transported from one client to another client, one server to another server. Easy access data is what dummy data. In development, in quality, you enter a dummy data and test it, right? Clear? You enter a dummy data and test it. So no need to transport a dummy data from development to quality and production. In production, we will never transport the dummy data. But what is that we transport? Configuration data. For the functional consultant, it is stored in configuration tables. Usually start with the either T in the first, most of the times, not all the times, or V underscore T, like this. Customizing table name start with the T or V underscore T. Okay, this is transported. When I say client, it is a client number, not the customer. This data, easy access data, editable in all the clients. What about here? Only in golden client. Okay, so this is the difference between IMG screen and easy access screen. Any question here? So in the next session, you will get idea what actually is the configuration. I'm going to explain you. So this is a basic information on easy access screen and the IMG screen. So being a functional consultant, which screen we need to be strong at? Then who will give the training to the users? An easy access screen. So we are the one who give the training to the users on how to execute these transactions, right from logging in, right? The second thing, we need to perform a unit testing like an user, end user. The first level of testing is what? Unit testing, done by the functional consultant himself, right? It's like he does something, functional consultant performs some configuration here, and then he goes to front end screen and maintain the relevant case and then test it here. So a functional consultant should be strong at both the screens, not just a easy access screen, IMG screen. Both are. We should have a knowledge on both the screens, because we are the one who provide a solution to the user, guide the user on, and train the user how to access every application, right? So we should be strong at both. User should be strong at easy access. Clear? Okay. So take a break for 15 minutes, guys. So let's meet at 8:45. Okay. So you will see what is the configuration, what is the front end data, a relation between the configuration and the front end data. We'll discuss that. See this. So any action on an employee is executed in the front end screen. So we go to relevant application. Okay, execute that event. So for example, we are hiring an employee. So we maintain personal info, an address, education, previous employer, skills, and dependent information, contact information, ID, etc. Okay, so we capture this data. But the thing is, does this data talk anything about employment? So it's just a employee biographic information or demographic information. It doesn't talk about employee relation with the company. Along with this data, we maintain employment information. The legal entity of an employee, the hire date, the position he is occupying, the department, reporting manager, and then the legal entity, and cost center, base location of the employee, and sublocation of the employee. Okay, the group, employment group or employment type, permanent or a contract, etc. Okay, employee frequency, which frequency are you paying the employee? Okay, maybe employee classification, the grade, the level, etc. So when you maintain this data and then save, then the system generates employee ID. Okay, employee ID. So both employee, personal information, employment information is associated with the employer. Person information is associated or identified with the person ID. Okay, person ID. So person ID along with the employment details is an employee. Okay, we'll discuss that point later. So here, the difference between the fields here, okay, like this. What's the difference between these fields and these fields? Here, it is more of a personal information. No validation is required. But here, so what do you maintain as a legal entity? Should it be a drop-down field or should it be a free text field? Legal entity, cost center, base location. Should it be a free text means like the payee information in online banking, payee field, nickname field is a free text field. That's what I call it as a free text. You can type XYZ, it takes it. Drop-down field is IFSC code. So my question is, the fields that appear here are the drop-down fields or the free text fields? The reason is valid information. We should maintain the valid entries only when there is a base location. For example, if this customer has operations in Hyderabad, Bangalore, and Chennai, right? The employee base location is out of these three only, right? Bangalore, Hyderabad, and Chennai. You cannot hire him an employee which is not valid location, right? So the moment I go to the location, it should show me these three options. It shouldn't allow me to type anything on my own, which is not a valid location. Okay, because the location determines the pay policies and leave policies, everything. So a valid location determines the valid policies. So if we type anything on our own XYZ like that, it shouldn't take it. Clear? So where is this list coming from? There is a table here in the IMG screen, valid locations. Again, legal entity. So this company, like you take XYZ group, which has a two legal entities, XYZ software and XYZ motor private limited. So the employees will be part of either XYZ software or XYZ motors, right? The moment we keep the cursor in this field, it should show us the drop down. The drop down should contain only two legal entities valid. So the user will maintain the right entity from the list. He selects the right one from the list. So this one, there is a table, valid entities of this enterprise. Valid entities of this enterprise. valid sublocations of this enterprise, valid cost centers of this enterprise, valid employment types, valid frequencies, valid classification codes. For everything, there is a table in the backend. That's why I said initially, configuration table means what? Whose data are we going to maintain here? Enterprise data. The company's enterprise data. Okay. So when you create valid positions, there is a table for valid positions. There is a table for valid departments. There is a table where you can fetch the valid report information. Right? So valid grades and valid levels. So not just the entries in the drop-down, but also applicable pay policies, leave policies, benefits, everything is configured in the backend. For example, we say like this. If employee, we create a grade here and we create a level here. And there is another table where you define a pay policies. For example, employee grade 1, level 1. These policies are applicable. Grade 1, level 2, these policies are applicable. Grade 1, level 3, these policies are applicable. We define a policy information and the business rules information also in the backend. So now, while hiring an employee, I maintain grade 1, he belongs to level 1. Automatically, the policies associated with this combination is applicable to this employee. Yeah, so not just a drop-down entries, but also the configuration, the policies applicable, policy data is maintained in the backend table. Okay, so these are called configuration tables or IMG tables. So now tell me, without configuring it, can we hire an employee? Without entering the configuration data, can we hire an employee? Can we have a customer? Can we have a material? Can we have a vendor in the system? Can we have a GL account in the system? None of the business functionality is possible without a configuration data. Okay, without the configuration data, no module is implemented. First, you have to have an enterprise data in place. That enterprise data is associated to the employee. Okay, which part of the data is associated? That determines the policies applicable to the employee. So this is an employment data. The employment data determines the relation of an employee with the company. What type of relation does this employee has with the company? Okay, is this clear? So the employee data or applicant data or organizational objects data is maintained in a front-end screen, guys. Okay, it is possible only after completion of this data. This employment data is basically again further divided into structures. Okay, structures. So here this data is classified into structures. This is org structure. This is personal structure. This is enterprise structure. This is personal structure. This is pay structure. Okay, in the backend table, this structure data is created. Okay, so we have to have organization structure, enterprise structure, person structure, pay scale structure have to be created first in the backend tables. With that, we will be able to hire employees in the front end. So the front end data is maintained where? In HR, the front end data is maintained in info tabs. Okay. Now you understood what is the difference between the configuration and then the easy access data, or the relation between the configuration data and the easy access data. Now let's learn info types. Complete information I have given in the document, guys. Okay, so you will find the definition of input types. Okay, the list of input types based on the modules. Yeah. So info type, it is a information table used to store the master data and the transaction data of employee, applicant, organizational objects, the master data and the transaction data of employee. Store logically related. Why I said logically related? When I say personal information is an info type, then what is logically related here? The first name, last name, date of birth, all these are associated, right? Associated data. For example, when I say bank information, the salary account, account ID, bank name, branch, IFSC code, all this is associated data. So we can group together all these fields and we can name it as a bank information. For the bank information, there is an info type created by SAP. There is a table created by SAP. Okay. So these info types are identified with what? What is it? Numeric code. What is it? Numeric code. The reason why they named it with a different name info types is because of additional validations and characters. These tables require certain additional characters and validations. So that's why they named it differently. Okay. So depending on the object type and the data, these info types are classified into different ranges. So basically, in our organization management, we deal with objects, org unit, position, job, work center, task. These are objects, HR objects. Every object is identified with a two-letter character code, maximum two-letter character code. It can be single digit or it can be maximum two-letter character. O. This is identified with the S. This is identified with the C. Alphabet. Identified with the A. Identified with the P. And employee data is handled on a platform. Okay, so this is the employee data identified with the P, alphabet P. Recruitment, applicant data, applicant, alphabet character that is used to identify is okay, AP. So here, depending on object and the module, SAP has classified the info types into different ranges. If it is an employee, okay, this range of info types plus this is basically personal information, pay information, benefit information, compensation, and time master data information. This is time transactional data info types. Time recording data. and 3003 also used for some of the Middle East country info types, payroll info types. Okay, and for OM, for these organizational objects, info types 1002, 1999 are normally used. For the applicant, if it is a normal recruitment, it is 4002, 4999. If it is e-recruitment portal based, 5002, 5999 is used. At the same time, there is the learning solution. We can put it under employee as well as organization management. It combines both. Okay, I'll put it here. LSO, learning solutions. And it is also within this range. And career planning. Because it combines both organizational data as well as personal employee data. Career planning and succession planning and performance management. All these are in 7002, 7999. Okay, this range of info types. So generally, this range is maintained in the portal through portal, not direct info type update by the users. These are portal based. These info types are updated directly in SAP screens or through the portal, both. But these info types are normally updated with the portal. When the user fills the information in the SAP portal, backend info types are updated automatically. These are updated with the portal as well as SAP direct screens or SAP online, we call it our portals. So here these info types, there are certain info types here, particularly the employee info types or global info types and the country specific info types. Global info types are something used in all the countries and more than one country, for example, it can be used. Country specific info types are used only particular country. For example, in India, 587 Provident Fund. In USA, like 207 residence tax area, work tax area. Okay, these 207, 209, 208, 210, all these are US specific info types. Global info type example, address information, personal details information, okay, and the communication information. These info types are used across all the countries. So there are info types globally used. There are info types which are specific to particular country. If you are trying to maintain it to the wrong employee, okay, it says it is not allowed for this employee. In HR, generally, see these objects, the SAP objects or SAP applications are what? Tables where we maintain the data, or the screens, or reports, forms, or interfaces, or workflow. So this is what every object is, right? In HR, in finance, everywhere. Yeah. Of course, in HR we call these tables, some master tables and the transaction tables are called info types. But for them, everything is a program. For developers, everything is a program in the backend. Right? Everything is a program in the backend. So here in HR, there are HR specific objects, just like the info types. HR related tables are what? Info tabs. These are something unique in HR only. Okay. Info tabs and info tab screens. And we have a forms, for example, HR forms, which are again unique to HR. Clear. So some of the objects are specific to HR, which are not there in any other functional modules. Again, these objects are global objects, country specific objects. Like info tabs or a forms or a clusters or a features. There are number of HR objects which you see only in HR, you don't see in other modules. These objects again can be classified into two: global objects and country specific objects. Like country specific info tabs, global info tabs, country specific forms, global forms. Okay, country specific features, global feature, country specific reports, international reports. Clear? Even our reports also, the reports work for a country, okay, and the reports work for all countries. Screens applicable to only one country, or the screen applicable to all the countries. Okay, like in everything, country specific objects are created. So these country specific objects are created in SAP with country grouping check. We call it as a MOLGA. Technical name of the field, MOLGA. MOLGA based objects means these objects work for a country that employee, for a country, specific country. So when you hire an employee, the system identifies the country of employee through the data maintained to the employee. You maintain a location, right? Bangalore. When you maintain a Bangalore location, it can't be the employee cannot be a US employee, right? He's an Indian employee. Similarly, when you maintain New York location, the employee is a US employee. It recognizes automatically based on the location maintained to the employee. So system identifies that the employee country, the country that employee belongs to. Here, so automatically the employee is restricted to country specific objects. Here, system does not allow to maintain other country objects because these objects are allowed for the employees who belong to the same country. The country specific objects are allowed to the employees who belong to the same country. Is this clear? Okay. So there are applications, all these applications in HR built without MOLGA check, built with MOLGA check. MOLGA check means country grouping check. With MOLGA check means we are restricting these applications to a particular employee, particular country employees, and not allowed for other country employees. Okay, so that's why in HR we have different tables and different objects. A normal ABAP consultant may not be able to work on this HR objects. He requires some knowledge on the HR data maintenance. Okay, these info tabs, forms, clusters, features, these objects. So how these objects are used, if they come to know, if they know, they'll be able to work on. A normal developer will be able to work on HR objects. Without having this data, what actually is the info tab, what checks does it have, okay? And in the HR form, where the data is coming from, okay? If they don't know how these features work, what does the cluster mean? So where the cluster data is stored, how to retrieve the cluster data. Without having some knowledge on it, a normal developer will not be able to work on HR objects. So that's why they require HR objects knowledge. We call it as a HR ABAP. Okay. So these are the info tab ranges. When custom data, sorry, not custom data. When there is some data And that to store that data in the system, we don't have any info type given by SAP. For example, employee blood group. Okay, there is no info type given by SAP to capture the employee blood group. Let's assume so. But client is insisting to capture the employee blood group. Whose data it is? Is it a company's data or employee's data? Whose data is it? Company's data or employee's data? So any employee specific data, give me a minute guys, let me receive a call. Okay. Any employee specific data is maintained where? Info tabs. Anything related to the employee or any data that belongs to the employee, info tabs. Any data that belongs to the company, configuration. So we should remember these 2 points. Employee specific data, info tabs. Company specific data that doesn't belong to a single employee individual. It is a company's data. So IMG screen. So here there is no info tab given by SAP to capture. Okay, but the client is insisting to capture this data. So because it is employee data, then we have to build custom info tab. Okay, if it is organization's data, then we have to build customizing table. So if it is employee related data, custom info tab. To build a custom info tab, the developer should pick a number from this range so that SAP updates will not overwrite. SAP does not give a new application, new info tab within this range. So there is no chance of overwriting it. If by any chance SAP releases this info tab, SAP is aware of it. So it doesn't create a new info tab in the same range. But if you create a new info tab, okay, within this range, SAP will not release any info tab within this range. So there is no chance of overwriting. So this range is called client specific info tab range or a custom info tab. So if you see any info tab number that starts with the 9 is a custom specific, which is not supported by SAP. Okay. The enhancements, the standard SAP enhancements are made to the standard info tabs. SAP does not know what info tab we have used, right? Yeah. So SAP does not take the responsibility of maintaining the custom info tabs. So this is about info tab ranges. Any question until here? A different name to these info tabs. The different name as a info tabs. What are the special characters that we need to know? Okay, related to these info tabs. These info tabs are tables, that's what I said. So these info tabs have a table characters by default. Standard table characters. Along with that, there are additional characters, okay, which are specific to the info tabs. Validity. Subtabs. Time constraints. I'm just listing the important characters. There are other characters as well. So why validity? The validity can be a period or a single date. So this is one of the key difference between HR data and other modules. HR data is very much effective date based. Okay, you take employment information or you take enterprise data. Okay, so when you talk about employment data or employee data, every data is a validity driven data. The employment itself start with the data file, right? Does it have an impact on payroll or not? The data file has an impact on payroll or not? Based on that only your initial month salary is determined, right?
Yes.
If you join in the mid-month, salary is reduced. If you join in the first of the month, full salary is paid. So every data that we are maintaining in the info tabs is validity based. Every application read the info tabs based on the validity only, be it a report or a form or anything. The data is read from these tables based on its validity, effective date, based data. So that's why if you go to any table, every employment information, suppose position change, the position change is effective from, department change effective from, reporting manager change effective from, and the grade and level change effective from, salary increment effective from. So without this effective from, there is no change in the employment information. Yes or no? Okay. So every info tab is a validity based info tab. Okay. The validity is the first thing that you see when you maintain info tab. For example, take employment information. Validity. Take personal information. Take address information. You name any information, take salary information, grade and level. You take any info tab, so effective date based. It is a period based data, valid from this date to this date. There is some data which is valid for a particular date. For example, time information, single date. On this date, the regular hours worked by employee, OT hours worked by employee, like this. On this date, how many hours of overtime recorded? So there is a single date based. Every data is a effective date based data, not just a info tab data, but also IMG data. How IMG data is effective date based? How an enterprise data is effective date based? Can someone tell me? Example. See, you understood the effective date based, right? In info tabs. Okay. So when employee is promoted, the promotion is effective from so and so date. That's what we say. When employee salary is increased, the salary is increased effective from so and so date. So the effective from date is compulsory for every change in the info tab. Is that understood? Now the question is, in IMG table also, we need an effective date setting. Why is it required? In what case does it require? So when pay policy is changed by the company, so far until, for example, until the March 31st, the rate is this. Effective from April 1st, the rate is different. So it's not a change in the info tab level. It is a change in the configuration level, or the customer changing the formula of arriving the amount. The formula is not a info tab data. The formula is what? Configuration data. Clear? Okay. So the reason is, the only reason is, in payroll and time management, there is something called recalculations and the retro calculations. Okay. So without having the effective date settings, both in info tab level as well as the configuration level, you will not be able to manage it. The retro calculations and the recalculations. Going back to the past payroll periods is a retro. I'll explain this retro concept in a while. Okay. So it is compulsory. We need effective date based control both in front end tables as well as the back end tables. The front end tables are info tabs. Okay. Every event on employee data is recorded in the system with the effective date. You transfer an employee, You say the employee transfer is effective from so and so date. You change the position of an employee, you promote him. This promotion is valid from effective date. Salary increment, work schedule change, everything. So we have to keep effective date settings. So every info type is validity driven in data. Every info type data is a validity driven. Or you can say in other words, the info type validity is the lifetime of the data maintained in that info type. The info type's validity is the lifetime of the data maintained in that info type. So that's how we can consider it, which is not there in normally in other master tables and the transaction tables. It is there in only info type tables. So this is a one additional feature. The next one, subtypes. Info type subtypes. So info type is a 4-digit numeric code. The subtype is a 4-digit character code. What is a subtype? So a subtype is a further classification of the data. Data maintained in info types. So the subtype is further a classification of the data maintained in the info types. For example, the address required further classification means is it a permanent address or a temporary address, or is it an emergency address, or is it a communication address? Okay. So address is a info type 0006, main info type. Subtypes are what? Permanent address, temporary address, emergency address, communication address. These are the subtypes. And for example, dependent information. Okay, dependent details. So here spouse details, father and mother details and child details, all this are the subtypes. Okay, ID. Like in India, we have a passport ID, Aadhaar, okay, PAN number. Okay, these are the details. Not every info type has a subtype. Very few info types have a subtype. Wherever a further classification, a further identification of the data is required, SAP has given us subtypes. Suppose if you go to employee personal information, it doesn't have a subtype. But if you go to address information, you will have a subtypes. So if you go to employee communication information, you will have a subtypes. This is a character code, not numeric code. Maximum 4 digits you can use to identify the subtypes. Okay, at the same time, employment information, does it have subtypes? No. Plan working time, work schedule information of an employee, does it have subtypes? No, right? So very few input types have subtypes. Okay. So when you create an info type, it will by default ask you the subtype. If there is no subtype, it will show you the info type directly. If there is a subtype, it will ask you to choose a subtype. So creation of a new info type is a developer task. Okay, a functional consultant cannot create it because it requires a screen modification. Okay. Creation of a subtype is a functional task, just like a table updation. Okay. Next, time constraint is a very important validation. It is one of the special character that is assigned to the info types. The time constraint is a single digit character. Okay, that determines three things. The first one, whether the data maintained in info tab can be deleted or not. If you remember, we were getting error message. Okay, earlier. For example, I'm trying to delete this address. Read that message. It is not allowing me to delete the record. Okay. Whereas I created a data in the system, in this info tab, and I'm trying to delete it. Does it stop me? So there is some reason why the SAP stopped me deleting the permanent address, but allowed me to delete communication address, communication details. So the reaction is different between these two input tabs, right? The system reaction. One is giving me error message. Another one is allowing me to delete the record. So this is controlled by time constraint. Whether the data maintained in the info tab can be deleted or not. Whether multiple records can be created on any given date or not. Okay, multiple records can be created any given date in the info tab or not. Example, I have a permanent address. Can I create one more permanent address record? Does it make a sense? Employee having two permanent addresses. If it is emergency address, I can maintain two emergency addresses, and I can delete this record. Permanent address is not allowing us to delete the record. Let's say emergency address will allow me to delete the record. Just maintaining a mandatory field. Save it. I'm trying to delete this emergency address. This one, sorry. Delete. I want to delete it. It is not stopping me. And the second difference, I'm creating a record. I created a record, one record, right from 2020. Okay, I created a record. So I'm changing the time constraint to 3. I'll tell you what is the time constraint, what time constraint does what. We'll see. So now see, for this employee, I created already the emergency address. It is visible. And I create one more record effective from 2021 test. This is the second record. Will it allow me? Save it. There is no error message or a warning message. So if you see, there are 2 records. Valid. If you see 2020 only 1 record valid. But 2021 and onwards, how many records valid? This record also valid in 2021, right? And this is also valid in 2021. Both the records are valid on any given date, means 2021, both the records are valid. You see, this is valid from 2020, which means valid from 2021 also. This is valid from 2021. So right from 2021, both the records are valid. Okay, it is allowing me to have a multiple records. What if I create a permanent address? When there is already a record, observe the messages that we are getting now. What does it say? The previous record valid is being delimited at the end. The reason is this is colliding with the existing record, which is created with this date. Permanent address time constraint does not allow to have two records on any given date. It does not allow to have two records on any given date. That's the reason previous record is being delimited so that the system ensures no two records exist on any given date. So if you look at the previous record of permanent address, you see this is the previous record valid from 2004 to all lines, unlimited. Now I'm creating a permanent address again. Okay, this is valid from 2021. Save it. What happened? Look at it. If you go to both the records, look at the first record. What is the change here? The end date is automatically delimited. Okay, earlier it was 31/12/9999. It is delimited because new record is created with a new start date. So it is delimited to the immediate, the previous date of the new record start date. Okay, so this is what the records are not allowed, multiple records not allowed on any single date. Okay, so it has this type of time constraint, whereas for the emergency address it is different. You can have multiple records on any given date, and permanent address cannot be deleted. Emergency address can be deleted. Okay, so whether the record can be deleted or not, whether we can have multiple records on any given date in the same input app for same employee or not. The third one, gaps between validity of input app records, allowed or not. Allowed or not. For example, look at this. I'm creating one more record in input app 1 effective from 2025. So obviously the previous one get delimited. See, the second record which we created, the latest record is being delimited. So this is fine. What we are testing is, suppose if I delete a middle record, that I'm creating a gap of how many years? 4 years, right? If I delete a record, the middle record, there is a 4 years gap created, right? Okay, I'm trying to delete it. See what happens. See what message does the system give us. Read it carefully. Why there is no message? It should give us the message. It should give us a message. See, this record is extended. The very first record is extended. New record started. So the gap is filled by the previous record. It should give us the message. Somehow it is not giving the message now. It says the previous record is extended. Okay. So do we have a gap of records now? No. You see, January 1st, 2025, the last record is this clear? So what happens is, if the gaps are not allowed, suppose I have a record created, initial record created from when I create a new record, effective from automatically this is delimited. When I create a third record, this is automatically delimited. Now what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to delete this so that I'll be able to create 4 years gap between two records. So system does not allow it. What it has done is it has extended the end date record because gaps are not allowed. So the time constraints determine these three things: whether the data maintained in info type can be deleted or not, whether multiple records can be created in any given date or not, okay, whether gaps between the validity records allowed or not. So there are various time constraints, various reactions given by SAP. Okay, so if you look at that, the introduction document I shared, this is all information that I've maintained in the document. The roles and the landscape, system strategy, and SAP notes, ASAP methodology, accelerated SAP methodology, difference between cloud ERP, on-premise ERP. This I have not covered. You can go through it. The roles and responsibilities. Difference between IMG screen and EG access screen. What is the definition of input type? Input type ranges. The input type characters which we are discussing now. You see? So there are time constraints given by SAP. If any input type, it is a compulsory rule. Every input type and subtype must be maintained with the time constraint. For SAP input type, SAP has already created it. For any custom input types creation, custom subtypes creation, we need to maintain the respective time constraint. So without knowing about the time constraint, which time constraint does what, if you do not know this, you will not be able to assign a right constraint, time constraint to the input types. So every input type and every subtype must be maintained with the time constraint. Okay, so you see here, if any input type has a time constraint 1, record cannot be deleted, multiple records not allowed, gaps not allowed. Okay, what are the input types? Example, these input types. Okay, this is mainly, so basically this time constraint 1 is like a sensitive information and compulsory information. Okay, for example, can employee exist in the system without the base location, without cost center on any given date? Will there be an employee without a base location, without a cost center? No, right? So as long as employee is there, the data must exist. If the data is valid at least for one day, you will not be able to delete that. It has to be available as a history in the system. Okay, so system should not allow us to delete the employees who are valid once, right? Okay, so certain data, employment data cannot be deleted because it was valid at least one day, once in the history. So we will not be able to delete that. System does not allow us to delete the data, particularly employment information is very sensitive. It has to be there as long as employee is there in the company and every day without any gap. That is the example for the time constraint. Time constraint 2 is less sensitive when you compare with 1. The record can be deleted, like temporary address can be deleted. For example, if I do not want to allow the user to maintain 2 records of temporary address any given time, so I maintain time constraint 2. But I can delete, I can create a gap. There can be a day in employment period, there can be a day without a temporary address. There's nothing wrong, right? So time constraint 3, again it is non-sensitive data which can be deleted anytime, like employee personal mail ID, personal phone numbers, the previous employer information, education information. You can delete them and create a number of times. Doesn't affect payroll or time policies, right? So it is not sensitive at all. You can delete, you can have multiple records, you can have gaps between the records. These 3 are mainly used time constraints. Okay. The next one, T. It is assigned to info types having the subtypes. Okay. It is assigned to the main info types which have subtypes. We just discussed about the info types which have subtypes, right? Okay. Which have subtypes. So here, the reaction should be depending on the time constraint assigned to the subtypes. The reaction should be depending on time constraint assigned to the subtypes. Just now we have observed the time constraint of permanent address is different from the time constraint of emergency address. These 2 are the subtypes of address info type. So address info type is maintained with a T. T means what? System reaction is depending on the time constraint assigned to the subtypes, not to the main info type. So the main info type 6 cannot be maintained with the 1. If I maintain with the 1, I can only create 1 record, and record cannot be deleted. So it is not good. I cannot maintain with the 3. If I maintain a 3, I will be able to delete it. I will be able to create multiple records. So any time constraint is not right for the address info type. That's the reason subtypes are created. So that subtypes can have a separate time constraint for each subtype. You understood the 4th one? All of you? So the info types which have a subtypes are maintained with time constraint T, like info type 6, 21, info type 9, info type 105, wherever the subtypes are there, time constraint is T. So in fact, in this document, I gave you the examples of PA info types we are going to deal here. Their time constraints. Module-wise info types are given here, guys. Okay, benefits, global payroll, payroll India, payroll USA, payroll, and this is e-recruitment, LSO, performance, career planning, and section planning. Is this clear? The other time constraints, Z is maintained to the time management info types, 2000 series info types. There we have a concept of time collision. I'll explain you when I discuss about the time info types. And we also have a time constraint A and B, very rarely used. I mean, only one info type with the A, one info type with the B. But all other info types are mainly, payroll PA info types are mainly with these words of time constraints. So that's why when you get the red color message, warning messages, when you are maintaining info type, just take a time to read that messages and double click on that message and understand it. So those are most of them are the reactions of time constraints. So SAP standard info types have a standard time constraints. We are not supposed to change anything in the standard. But when it comes to the custom subtype and custom info type, we are the one who decides the time constraint. So without knowing which time constraint does what, we will not be able to decide right time constraint. So this is one additional feature which info type tables have, which is not there for normal master tables and the transaction tables of other modules. Okay? Clear, guys, all of you, until here? The point is, we are not going to update the time constraint. We are not going to change any time constraint of any info type. The custom info type is not our responsibility. The custom info type is the developer responsibility. When the developer creates a custom info type, we advise the developer to maintain either one or a two or three based on the requirement. We tell him, okay, you maintain time constraint 1, you maintain time constraint 2, you maintain time constraint 3. We advise the time constraint. When we create a custom subtype, then we need to take care of time constraint. For example, I'm showing you, okay, I'm going to create a new subtype in this address info type. Okay, I should know where these address subtypes are created, so I know the table I'm going there. You will see this part later. Okay, I'm going to this table and I'm creating a new subtype. Start with a Z because it's a custom one. Okay, this is like courier address. What time constraint should I maintain? So now you need to question, can it be deleted? If yes or if no? No. Can we have multiple records at a time? Yes or no? Can we have gaps? Okay, yes or no? So these three questions will tell you what time constraint can we maintain. For example, I don't want, once the record is created, I don't want anyone to delete the record. So it should be time constraint mode. If this record can be deleted, okay, then it is either 2 or 3. The next question is, can we have multiple records? If yes, then 3. If no, then 2. Maintain 2. So the nature of the time constraint 2 is, we can delete it. Multiple records not allowed. Gaps allowed. If this is what you wanted, then maintain it. So I'll show you these tables. Once we start configuration, it is too early to discuss these tables. We are just discussing the nature of the time constraints. I'll show you where these properties are. I mean, we can view the properties of these input types once we start with the configuration. The last important character of info type is retro character. So in SAP, the retro means past periods. Okay. So recalculating something for the past payroll period, recalculating the payroll for the past payroll period is retro calculation. Generally, for example, I completed payroll for month of January, salary is settled, February, salary settled, March payroll completed. We are about to run the payroll for the month of April. Now we realized that there is some allowance that's supposed to be paid to the employee in the month of February, but we missed it. Either employee identifies it and inform the payroll admin, or payroll admin himself identify that issue. Then what they do? They go to the record, respective record, info tab. They maintain that allowance with the date February. But February payroll is already settled, right? And March also already settled. We are in April. We are able to run payroll for April. So when we run April, the system recognizes the change. Okay, the change in which pay period? February. So it goes back to the February and repeat the payroll run for the February and March and bring that differences carry forward to the current month. It could be a positive difference or negative difference. Bring that differences carry forward to the current month and pay it in, settle it in April period. So making a changes to the pay periods okay, then the retro change trigger recalculation for the period, or not for, from the period is retro run, retro payroll run. And the retro payroll run brings the difference forward to current period is retro difference. So the point is here, this retro triggering for the changes is not active for all info tabs. Tell me, if I change my temporary address effective from January, where the payroll is already completed for January, February, and March, we are in April. So when I change my temporary address, should the system trigger for a payroll run, retro payroll run? Should the system trigger a retro payroll run for a changing a temporary address? Not required, because that data doesn't affect payroll. But when it comes to the missing absence, in January there is a missing absence of 5 days. I'm uploading it now. In April, before I run April payroll, I go back to January and I update the missing absence. Then, should the system trigger a payroll run for January for a missing absence, which is supposed to be maintained in January, but we didn't maintain, but we identified it now, and now we are maintaining to the January. So it is a past change, retro change. So should the system trigger a recalculation of January or not? Okay, because absence is part of payroll. It affects payroll. Be it a paid absence or unpaid absence, it affects payroll. Okay. So when you maintain a missing payments and deductions, when you change the work schedule information, when you change the grades and levels, okay, all these changes trigger a recalculation. If you make the changes to the past pay periods, trigger a recalculation. But when you change the education info tab, previous employment information, skills information, ID proof information, should it trigger a recalculation? No, not required. Certain info tabs are activated for the retro triggering, certain info tabs are not activated for the retro triggering. So if it is related to the payroll, we call it as a retro. If it is related to the time management, we call it as a recalculation. Retro is pay period wise. Recalculation is date wise. In time management, we use the word for the same scenario, recalculation. In payroll, we call it as a retro calculation. So some input apps are activated for retro, some input apps are not activated for retro. That's another character. I'll show you where we can activate that. Okay, so this is the reason why SAP has named to these tables where the master data and the transaction data is stored as the input apps because of these 4 features. These features, these characters are not there for a normal tables in other modules.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a component of the SAP HCM payroll process? Option A, time evaluation. Option B, payroll control records. Option C, general ledger posting. Option D, material requirements planning. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Ready to master SAP HCM US and Canada payroll? Our course has got you covered. You can learn at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, you will dive deep into SAP HCM US and Canada payroll. It's like a Swiss Army knife for managing employee pay, making sure everyone gets what they are owed on time. We cover it all, from the basics to some pretty nifty tricks. Our instructors are seasoned pros and experts in their field. These pros have been at it for years and are here to guide you every step of the way. Got questions? They have got answers. And guess what? Our students love the course too. Folks just like you have found it incredibly useful. The best part? It's budget friendly. You won't break the bank with this awesome opportunity to level up your skills. Ready to become a SAP HCM US and Canada payroll whiz? Sign up now. For more info, head to ZaranTech's website